Chapter 51. The prophets as messengers of God, and their distinction from the Lord's nature. Whilst Ibal, within whom a different light was already dawning, is still reasoning thus, the centurion is already returning and telling joyfully and in amazement how he had found everything in the best of order, and how his subordinates were astonished that according to their witness he had now come to them a second time, asking if all was in good order, since he had already himself, a half-hour previously, given orders to that effect. But he got himself out of the corner by pretending to just be checking up, after which all were at ease without further questions. But filled with curiosity, he asked who, in that case, had been his stand-in, carrying out his work so laudably in his stead. Say I, did I not previously say unto you that all powers in heaven and forces upon earth were under my command every moment? Which, however, you were not willing to believe. Now, however, you surely shall believe that I eternally have no need of fearing death, and that I too am a Lord who has something to say and command. Says the captain, Yes, Lord and Master, you must be a god. And our Roman divine doctrine is no longer as mysterious to me as heretofore. For in yourself I now have the most living proof that now and then a God left his heaven to show himself for a time to mortal children one way or another, enriching them with all kinds of spiritual and earthly treasures, so that he, mortal, may cultivate the otherwise barren earth for a future abode of immortal gods. Am I right or not? Say I, this is no more than empty conjecture of quite pagan subtlety, but lacking even a single spark of truth the way you understand it. Ah, if by earth you understand men's cognition and will, then you could at least be right by some good correspondence of truth. But gods that are not and exist nowhere have never trodden the earth's soil anywhere. Those men, however, through whom God's Spirit spoke to men of this earth, and through whose will many and quite frequent wonders took place, were no gods, but prophets, humans more or less like yourself, and who too died physically, but of course not according to soul and spirit. In me, however, the Spirit of God for the first time sets foot on this earth. It is the same Spirit about whom all the forefathers, all the old wise and all the prophets have over and over again prophesied in their pure visions. But even as I was speaking thus to the astonished commander, a servant came into the room saying that out there in the open once again, a large number of sick were waiting for help, and whether I was prepared to help them. Said I to the servant, Go and tell them that they can depart to their homes in good cheer. And the servant rushed outside and was not a little amazed at seeing all those previously moaning and lamenting in the hallway, now cheerfully and gaily pacing about, praising God. Only after a while did he say to the healed what I told him, and the healed left for their respective homes. Thereafter, for nearly another 2 hours, discussions of a similar nature as with the previous healing were conducted, and therefore can be passed over here. During the conversations, we enjoyed bread and wine, and then took to our rest. Chapter 52. The Walk upon the Sea. Early the next day, the whole place was again filled with all kinds of sick people. Ebal came to me and asked me that I should help him, since they blocked the space in front of his house to such an extent that no person could enter or leave. He also has seen the centurion outside, who wanted to enter the house but could not pass through the crowd of closely lined sick people. I then walked to the front door, lifted my hands above the sick, and at once all of them were healed, screamed of joy and praised God in heaven who gave such power to the people. But asked them to keep quiet and to go home and to avoid the sin in future. And they all obeyed and went home. Thereupon I said to Ebal, "If during the day still others are coming and looking for help, they should not occupy the street, but settle on the large pasture on the other side of the street, where they will be helped. However, those who occupy the open street will not be helped." Thereupon I blessed the pasture, and everyone sick who stepped onto the pasture was healed immediately. On this day, hundreds of sick came from all the towns, markets, and villages, and among them was not one who was not healed. Both Essenes made, from hour to hour, bigger eyes, and the group of Pharisees and scribes got more annoyed from hour to hour, since their status also decreased from hour to nothing. For they were not looked at and were asked nothing, and Ebal's people made it clear to them that they became totally obsolete in the house, and since it was a nice day, they could travel back to Jerusalem. However, they did not accept such advice, but stayed put. After a while, one of the Pharisees came to me and asked me if the pasture would keep its properties in future. Said I, "Only for today until sundown." Says the Pharisee, "Why not forever?" Say I, "Because there exist people who would fence off such pasture too soon, too high, and would demand a lot of gold and silver from those who would like to become healthy again. And since I do not want this to happen, the pasture will remain health-bringing only until evening, since the throng of people is too large. Tomorrow, if there are fewer people coming here to get cured, they will be healed by their faith and their trust." Upon this my explanation, the questioners, very annoyed, turned their backs, and for the rest of the day did not ask me anything further. Instead, the two Essenes dealt even more busily with me. Because of that, the centurion became annoyed with the two Essenes, and would like to have told them that they already had discussed enough with me. However, out of love for me, he controlled himself most forcefully. In the afternoon, however, I referred both of them to Matthew and to my other disciples, among whom they soon found Bartholomew, and were very happy about it, for he also was an Essene. They talked with the disciples until midnight about my teachings, my deeds, and about my divine being. In the afternoon, I made a little excursion to the sea with the centurion and with Ebal and his family, where the 8 boatmen worked on the ship and diligently and properly repaired it, for it was already somewhat damaged. When we came to them, they became very joyful and told the centurion how I was walking on water, because this phenomenon was not going to leave the heads and hearts of the 8. When the centurion heard this, he asked me how this was possible. I said to him, "I have told you yesterday which powers have to obey and have to serve me. So how can you ask me about it? By the way, if you dare to put your feet on the water and I want it, You also can walk on it for as long as I want it. If all of you want to, we could make an attempt right now. However, you must not doubt, but you have to follow me bravely and courageously. Says the centurion, all would be all right if the sea would not have been so deep close to shore. For the longest stretch along shore, it goes vertically down into nearly unfathomable depth. Possibly one might fail with the first step, and one goes down where the big salamanders and monsters live. Man of little faith, I said, do you think I would dare to be reckless if I would not know who I am, and of everything that is subject to my will? Who from you has courage and faith? Follow me. Thereupon I step onto the surface of the sea, and it carried me like solid land. I then walked 10 steps offshore, turned around, and invited the society to come to me, but they did not dare. I then called the youngest 12-year-old daughter of Ebal, and the little maiden took courage, and in the beginning put the first foot quite warily onto the water. When she was convinced that the water did not give way, but the water resisted the foot quite steadily, like a rock surface, she started to cheerfully run to me and had a great joy about the fact that the water could carry her. After the girl, also the others tried it, except the centurion, and all were well and cheerful on the, of course, now very smooth surface of the water. The centurion asked me, now somewhat more bravely, what would happen if a storm came up? Say I, come and convince yourself. Finally, also, the centurion attempted to put a foot on the water, and when he was convinced that the water wasn't give way, he finally also set the second foot on the water, and making himself light with holding his breath, he walked the 10 steps to me, and was very happy reaching me standing on a surface which never before had been walked on. But I said, now, since you have been convinced that also to the firm believer the water is a steady surface, we want to extend our little excursion. The centurion would have preferred to return to the steady surface of the shore, but the exceedingly happy daughters of Ebal gave him courage by their cheerful walking up and down, so that he together with us walked for about 5,000 steps out onto the already considerably high sea. Suddenly, a quite strong wind came up and started to drive high waves. All started to become afraid, and the centurion asked me to turn around. But I said, do not be afraid. The waves are only coming, together with the wind who drives them, to convince you that they also have to obey me. However, after a while, when the waves were getting higher, the centurion turned around and ran as fast as he could to soon reach the shore, and after several feverish body shakings, he was very glad to have a non-transparent, firm ground under his feet again. Soon afterwards, we also returned to shore and caught up with the astonished centurion. Chapter 53. About true prayer. When we were all back on shore, the centurion said, Lord, now I have abundance proof that you are either the highest God himself or a son of him, for this no mortal could have done. Thereupon all fell on their knees and wanted to worship me. However, I instructed them to rise from the ground and said to them, Listen, All this God and I do not need, since the only true prayer consists of the sincerest love for God, the Father in heaven, and equally for your fellow men, who are your neighbours. All other prayers have no value before God, and also not to me. God also never taught the people to honour him with lips and keep their hearts cold. But since Samuel prayed audibly in front of the people, equally so several of the prophets, and because David sang to God the Lord his psalms, and Solomon his high song, the people came to empty lip prayer and to cold sacrifices. However, before God such prayers and sacrifices are repulsive. Who cannot pray in the heart should rather not pray at all, so as to not behave improper before God. God did not give feet, hands, eyes, ears, and lips to man to pray vainly and vacuously, but only the heart. However, man still can pray with feet, hands, eyes, ears, and lips. Namely, with feet if he goes to the poor and brings them assistance and consolation, with the hands if he grabs the needy under the arms, with the eyes if he loves looking at the poor, with the ears if it pleases him to listen to God's word actively and does not close them in front of the poor, and finally with the lips if it pleases him to talk to the poor, desolate widows and orphans in a comforting manner, and according to his power and strength speaks a mitigating word on behalf of prisoners to those who often imprison innocent people, so that they can be released. Thus man also prays with lips, if he teaches the uneducated the true faith, the right recognition of God, and all kinds of useful virtues. All this is then also a God-pleasing prayer. Since you know this now, do accordingly, and there will never be any lack of blessings from God. For it says, "Worship God in the Spirit and all truth." It is, however, written that man should pray uninterruptedly, if he does not want to fall in temptation. But how foolish and completely clownish would it be if God would insist on an incessant lip prayer from man? For this, man had to lie on his knees day and night and continually cackle empty, heartless, and pointless lip prayers, just like the birds in the air. When would they perform a necessary work? But if you, with hands, feet, eyes, ears, and lips, are constantly active, and in your hearts always love God and your poor fellow men, you pray truthfully and by action incessantly to God, who therefore always will bless you, and one day in the beyond will give you the most blissful, everlasting life. Have you understood all this well? Say all. Yes, Lord and Master, this is so clear and true, how clear and true the light of the sun, and we will do all accordingly. Say I, good then, my dear friend, let us return to the city. Ebal asked some of the 8 boatmen to come with us. He wants to give them bread, wine, fish, and fruit for their stay. Immediately 6 come along, and Ebal provides them with everything copiously. Chapter 54. Home Discipline. When we got into the house, the children too wanted to keep me company. Ebal, nonetheless, keeping tight domestic discipline, forbade it, especially to the girls and the 2 wives, saying, "You have now seen, found out, and heard enough. Remember it and do accordingly, and you shall not go unblessed. as the Lord also said unto you down at the sea. But go back to your work now." The girls and the two mothers excuse themselves heavy-heartedly, and go to their rooms, of which Ebal's house had many, for it was the largest house in Gennesaret. Whereupon I say to Ebal, "Friend, why did you get rid of them? Behold, it is indeed good to keep up a good domestic discipline with the children, and it is highly laudable to protect the girls from the world. But behold, here where I am, there is no threatening world, but only a most blessed heaven. And this you should not deny your little ones?" On hearing me saying this, Ebal said, "Oh, if they just don't get tiresome to you, then I shall have them returned here at once." But my children love to gape about and chatter, and I removed them so as not to let them become irksome to you. Say I, what could be boresome to me in this world other than men's great malice? Go and bring them all back. Ebal went and brought them all back to me again, and the youngest girl promptly sat with me and started to cuddle and hug me. However, Ebal rebuked her and said that this was bad behavior. But I said to him, "Friend, let her be, since she already has chosen the very best part. I say to you and all of you, who does not come to me like this little girl will not find the way to the kingdom of God. She already has found it. With love, and this with the hottest love, you must come to me if you want to harvest everlasting life." This little girl proves by deed what she feels in her heart. But you make clever speeches and keep your heart cool. Do you still not realize who I could be and also actually be? Here all fall down, and Ebal took my feet and kisses them all over, and says after a while of confused reverence, "Lord, I have felt it for quite some time. I only lacked the courage." Say I, now, do not punish the girl who gave you all the courage to come to me on the water. Here she again gave you the courage to love me. Oh, this little girl is exceedingly dear to me. She already has what you still have to search for, and will not find so soon. Strive therefore for the true, living love for God and your fellow men, and you will have an abundance of mercy and blessings. Says the centurion, "Apart from my wife and my several children now located in Rome, I never felt love towards anyone, yet always acted honestly with fairness and justice, administering the law not according to its severity, but rather its mildness, always getting off rather well. But now I feel that one can love people and do them good out of love. This means one can oneself want to provide people by strength and opportunity what one recognizes as right and necessary towards oneself. And this is love of neighbor. If therefore one loves one's neighbor like that, then one surely also loves God thereby. If, however, in loving God one considers that God himself must be the first and most perfect love, on account of which alone he created the material and spirit worlds, then this lucid thought must also awaken the greatest love towards God the Creator within created man. And man cannot then do other than love God as the most loving Creator of all things, out of all one's vital forces. If nevertheless after all that I have seen and heard from you these last few days, I accept without any misgivings that you are either the primordial Creator himself, or at least his Son from eternity, showing and teaching us to recognize God and yourself, then it necessarily follows that I too have to love you above all. Even if I don't possess the courage to hug you as did this tender maiden, I nevertheless hug you in my heart and praise you above everything. And I think that this is appropriate. Say I. It is all right like this. However, it is better if the love grows like with this little girl. Just look at her. Doesn't she actually glows out of love for me? Chapter 55. Praising appropriately, and some dangers of praising. Says the oldest daughter, who became a little jealous. Jara was always someone falling in love with everything she came in contact with. No wonder that she is deeply in love with such a beautiful man like you are. This truly does not require a great skill. I could also do this, but to what use would it be to me, since the love-struck Jara has occupied you altogether? Say I. Behold, you jealous sister. If you ever had a right love in your heart, you would not talk like this. But since you never had the right love in your heart, because being spoiled, you cannot help it to speak the way you have spoken now. Behold, Jara loves, and does not ask if loved in return. Friend and enemy are the same to her. She is most happy if she can enclose everything with love. Only to think of it, if also she is loved, never occurred to her. She loves you and all her siblings as well as her parents more than being loved by all of you. But in your love she stands at the back, which never disconcerted her in her great love for you. Behold, this means true love. If you love, you always want to be loved 10 times more. And if your love is not responded, you become annoyed and carry all kinds of suspicions in your self-love-filled heart. To the contrary, look at the lovely Jara, if she ever has made any whatsoever claim for requited love. For this reason, she is allowed to love me with whatever her heart is capable of. Because only for the sake of her I came here, and for the sake of her I will stay a few days here. And as such, you all have to thank this little girl, that I came here and cured the sick as well as the whole town, and still going to heal many sick. Since wherever I go, I search for the lowest and the most oppressed. However, everything which is big and highly respected before the eyes of the world is an aversion before God. Therefore, strive to be like there is the lovely Jara. You will be just as close to me as she now, spiritually and bodily, for now and one day forever. However, if you praise someone, then praise him who truly deserves to be praised. If the praised becomes conceited, then do not praise him any more. Since vanity is the seed for haughtiness, and this is Satan's spirit. Says Ebal, but Lord, if you laud Jara so highly above her siblings, is she not in danger of vanity? Say I, don't let that trouble you. He who once has embraced me, such one vanity has left forever. Tell me, Jara, whether you now consider yourself above your sisters on account of my loving you so exclusively. Says Jara bashfully, Oh, Lord, You my only beloved. I can't help it, and my sister either. But I would none the less like it if you were to love my sisters even more than me, for they are much more beautiful and clever than I. They indeed always called me the ugly and stupid one, which I certainly deserved, for I am certainly not as beautiful as they, and, well, I really am stupid. But I am still young and am bound to become more clever when I reach their age. Oh, I don't let anything be put over my dear sisters, for they teach me all sorts of useful things, and all fervently love me. But I also love them from all my soul and physical strength. Lord, be nice to them too, for behold, my heart aches badly as soon as I see my sisters troubled in anything, whereupon I would give away everything immediately if only my sisters get cheerful and happy again. I am not able to look at a sad or unfortunate person. I would rather take all sadness and ill fortune upon myself, if only all unfortunate and grieving ones could be happy and cheerful thereby. Wherefore let you, my most beloved Jesus, care about my sisters as for myself, for they deserve it. Say I. Yes. To you, my most beloved Jara, I cannot, of course, refuse anything. But now your sisters also realize why I love you so much, and once they resemble you completely in their hearts, I will also love them as much as I love you. Hence don't let it trouble you. Since behold, just as you cannot see someone being unfortunate and grieving, without the wish to help him, it is the same with me, only in a much bigger sense. The wish, and together with it, the almighty firm will to help every person, now and in eternity. To search for the lost, to heal the sick, and to redeem everything which is imprisoned, is my purpose, my intention, and my will. Nevertheless, every person must unvaryingly be left to exercise his most free will. Tell me, you my most dearest Jara, don't you amicably approve of my intentions? Chapter 56. Jara and her diverse prayer experiences. Says Jara, Oh, why should I not be pleased therewith? I too would do so if I were capable. But of what use my altruistic desires if I can't help? I can only at times, and concerning small things, ask my parents that they would provide help to the poor and needy, and in that I have nearly always received a hearing. Of course also sometimes rebuked for being too silly, soft-hearted. But that never upset me, if only the poor was helped. But the case was not always the same with my prayer to the Almighty God, because there I also prayed often, and after being sure that God is certain to hear my prayer, and going to check whether my childlike prayer bore fruit, there was nothing. The old sickness was still there. I then went to my father, of course, to ask him why God the Almighty sometimes is so hard of hearing. To which my father told me that God knows why he sometimes sends the one or other a prolonged suffering for the benefit of their soul, well calculating how long this or that one has to do penance. And then prayer does not help much, except where such a sinner fully reforms. And behold, this reassured me somewhat. Yet I did not give such prayer for the poor away. But on some occasions, the dear great God heard me quickly, and that also gave me immense joy. Because for a compassionate heart there is no greater bliss in this world, to find out that the great God hears the prayer of an almost underage maiden, and that you, O Lord, has come to us, appears to me as if the great God has listened to my prayer. Since we all have heard it from many who came here, that in Nazareth and its region, a certain carpenter Jesus performs such extraordinary great, yes, unheard of healings of the sick, yes, even bring back to life the dead, the blind see, the stone deaf perfectly hear again, and speech returns to the mute, and the lame and cripple are becoming straight again. In short, there doesn't exist an illness which he cannot heal instantly. Initially, we regarded this as a fable, but when repeatedly people were coming to us, even those who were healed miraculously by Jesus, we started to believe that this actually was the case. I then was gripped by an overstrong love for this man, for these things were possible, and then asked the dear God daily, so piously and confidently, as it was possible for me, that he by his omnipotence might lead you to us. And behold, and God had actually heard me and has sent you to us. When it was said that you have come, oh, what indescribable bliss I felt! Oh, how I would have liked to hug you if I only had the courage for it. But for the sake of my parents and my siblings, I had to coerce my heart tremendously. But today, for me, the indescribable happy time has arrived to sit with you, the Master and Lord, whom I already loved beyond measure, since I have heard the first word about him. Oh, now you are there, and I have you, and oh, what indescribable bliss! May love you, and also being loved by you. Oh, now even the most perfect angels in heaven could not be more blessed than I am now. But now you should not leave us ever again, for then I had to die of too much grief. Say I, no, no, you my heart, I never ever will leave you, and say to you that you neither will see nor feel death. One day my angels will come and take you away from this earth and bring you to me, your Father from eternity. Since behold, you my most dearest Jara, to him you have prayed so heartedly to get me here, is sitting in my person with you, and loves you with the purest flame of all heavens. And you were right to say that you are more blessed than the most perfect angels of all heavens. Lift your eyes, and you will see that it is so, as I just now have told you. Chapter 57. Jara beholds heaven open. Here, the loveliest Jara lift her beautiful heavenly blue eyes to the heavens, and looks as if transfigured, full of the highest delight, into the depths of heavens opened to her eyes. Only after a considerable while she begins to stammer rather than speaking, with a heavenly pure and soft voice like this. Ah, 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 oh, you great, exceedingly holy God! What endless delight do I see now! The endless large heavens are filled with the most blessed angels. Oh, how endless blessed must they be! However, the poor Jara is still more blessed, for the everlasting throne in the large centre of the endless wide heavens, surrounded by countless crowds of angels kneeling on sun-bright clouds, and keep calling, "Holy is he whose throne is standing here." O rejoice, you eternities! Soon he will have completed the never-describable work on earth, and will come and occupy this throne of glory of God, currently empty. But he who forever has the right to sit on it sits now as a person with the poor Jarrah. Oh, praise and praise him, for his is the everlasting throne of all divine power and glory. After these words, she collapses onto my chest after the vision has been closed for her, and says, "O you great only holy, do not reject me, poor weak Jarrah, for I still dare to keep loving you. But I can't help it that my heart still keeps loving more." Say I, "Yes, you my little heart, behold, therefore I have showed you my glory and my kingdom, because I want it that you keep loving me more and more. Love therefore as much as you can, since such love will not harm you." Thereupon Jarrah clasps me with both hands and presses me as hard as possible to her heart, and I say to the bystanders who are absolutely silent of astonishment, "There, see, and let it be an example for you. This little maiden, only 12 years old, shows me love in a way I have not experienced in the whole of Israel. But to him who loves me like her, I will give what this world has not seen before, and Israel never has felt nor tasted." After this above all measure edifying scene, which lasted for about an hour, the servants of Ebal came and asked if it was time to bring the evening meal. Says Ebal, "If our Lord Jesus agrees to it, then you can bring it." Say I, "Bring what you have, for love gives and enjoys, and I also want to enjoy what I have given. However, my most preferred food is here this little girl, since she gives to me what eternity had not given to me, and also never was able to give." Thereupon the servants left to fetch the prepared food. But they make dreadfully wide eyes when nothing was left of their prepared foods, but instead, the pantry was filled with the best and most exotic foods, and the noblest of fruit and full of the best tasting wine. Soon they return and tell with astonishing zeal what happened in the kitchen during their absence, asking us, and they continued to ask if they could bring the new foods, or if they should start fresh cooking. Say I, "What you find in the pantry, bring to us, for today you all will be my guests. My disciples, the two Essenes and the Pharisees, have already been given the food which you have prepared. Do not disturb them, for they still have to carry out a great task in my name, which will heavily demand their strength until midnight." Thereupon the servants went to fetch the heavenly food. But Ebal and the centurion spoke with exhilaration. "Lord, this type of manifestation no longer surprises us, since we see only too clearly that you are the Lord to whom nothing is impossible. The only big question left in us is, how did we make ourselves worthy of such grace?" However, I said, "The meals from the heavens are already coming. Let us continue the discussion after the meal." The foods are set down on the table, thanks is given, and all reach out and eat and drink with cheer, after my encouragement to do so. And the centurion confesses that he never before has eaten such palatable, heavenly dishes, nor drank such exquisite wine. My Jara too tucks into it, saying, "Nothing like it ever touched her palate, nor satisfied her stomach like it." In short, none can praise the taste of the foods too highly, starting to loudly praise me as the good Father in heaven. Chapter 58. Jesus' teachings to become universal property. But I say to them, Blessed are you all for believing that the Son of Man has gone forth from the Father in heaven, and has come into this world to raise up the fallen and redeem the captive. But beware of proclaiming any of the special signs seen from me to anyone, because this would be a double calamity. The first half, on hearing same, would be offended, not only disbelieving what they heard, but declaring you for fools, casting aspersion on you everywhere. For one raging blind is more dangerous than 100 seeing ones. The other gullible half, however, would receive your witness superficially, and ultimately put such fetters in itself as to preclude any voluntary action. And this would mean killing man's free spirit. However, the teachings you have heard, spread them further to your friends and acquaintances. Since my words are an everlasting truth, which alone can free every person who accepts them in himself, makes them a guideline for his life, and thereby recognizes that they are an everlasting truth out of God, which is, was, and always will be the being and the everlasting life of each person who carries such enlivened in himself. But there shall unfortunately be many who will refuse to hear and accept such truth, and persecute it like an enemy, and others shall flee it like deathly pestilence for fear of the earth's mighty. But these doing so shall not inherit life everlasting within themselves, but partake of everlasting death. He who loves physical life, endeavouring to maintain same at any cost, shall lose the everlasting life of the soul with the early end of physical life. But he who flees physical life shall gain everlasting life of the soul. This mark well. But let anyone desiring to put a question do so, and I shall answer him. Says the centurion, Lord and Master, what more could we ask you about? We know and feel who you are. What we need to do we know, seeing the necessity thereof. We also know and sense it deeply, that you have eternal life in you, and can and will give it to any person who lives and acts in accordance with your word. To know more would be unnecessary for us humans. The more since we can, in your name, through living faith, even heal the sick, as one of your disciples assured me. For such unexpected and eternal grace, we owe you eternal thanks, and give you the most faithful assurance that you have erected for yourself an eternal shrine of remembrance, which not infernal power or timeless storms can erase. And now that it has gotten quite late into the night, we might take our rest. But not that I insist upon it, although I shall yet have to personally check out my team. Say I, let that be, because Like yesterday, all is in the best of order. But I shall myself watch past the middle of night, and you shall see that our staying behind shall not be for nothing. Travellers from Jerusalem shall still be arriving today, among them Pharisees and scribes, who shall give us trouble. Says Ebal, "Oh, what a shame! These could fittingly stay away. Such guests are usually the most unpleasant to me, for each of them demands as much attention as any 100 strangers who pay their dues, whilst the former want everything for free and yet not be satisfied, especially when demonstrably travelling on temple business. Ah, Lord, here you told me no joyful thing. What preparations should be undertaken here?" Say I, "Don't be troubled. The larder and cellar are full. Accommodation for hundreds has already been taken care of long since, and nothing more is required." They were dispatched to Nazareth from Jerusalem on my account, but finding me here, they shall not get to Nazareth. You shall all be offended by them tomorrow, but I shall serve them up pure wine on my part, to the extent that they shall leave this place even tomorrow, full of gall and rage. Says Ebal, "Then, however, we shall have the devil on our neck. For these shall bear us witness in the temple that shall be miserable and shameful." Say I, "It shall be arranged for them, not saying much at home." This my explanation was followed by a quiet period, where all in the chamber kept quiet, but were busy in their hearts. Chapter 59. Sick ones arrive at Ebal's. The Jerusalem guests in their mission. Matthew chapter 14, verse 35. A few moments later, things become lively in front of the house. One could hear all sorts of languages, whilst the Greek neighbours' dogs started making a big racket, and Ebal said, "Woe us, the announced appear to be here already." Say I, "Not yet. These are sick ones." Matthew chapter 14, verse 35. "But it shall not be long before the announced arrive here. The sick shall tarry till tomorrow, notwithstanding, for enough of them were healed today. But go out nevertheless, and have the arrivals brought to an inn, and give those who hunger and thirst something to eat and drink." Upon these words, Ebal and his summoned domestics at once go out to his courtyard, finding same crammed with all kinds of sick, among them Greeks, Romans, and Egyptians. All of these are asking for me, that I would heal and make them whole. But Ebal allocated them an inn, and had them cared for each according to need. After this business he returned to our hall, saying, "All praising to the Lord, these would be taken care of for today, causing me little effort and work. If only the announced goblins from Jerusalem could already be similarly dealt with. But with this we won't get away so easily." Even while Ebal, who had set up guards on account of the arriving Pharisees and scribes, was moping thus half aloud, a servant already entered the hall, announcing the arrival of those same ones, to Ebal's shock. Ebal rushes out to welcome them, together with his 2 wives and older daughters, who follow to his support, and Ebal's sons do the same, with only dear Jarrah staying with me. The centurion, however, who also sat next to me, said, "If I was in Ebal's place, I should know quite well what to do now. I would order my subordinates to properly flog these fellows. What could they do to him? And this would not be the first such welcome they received here and there. I would proceed with them in a quite brief fashion. And if they should come in here, then I shall nevertheless put them through a scrape that should make them tremble physically and psychically as if gripped by pestilential fever. I shall ask them on whose authority they approached a place under Roman occupation in darkest night. I shall show them how every district commander has the authority to arrest anyone, regardless of status or persuasions, and if unable to account for his transgression, hand them over to the court's severity. Although not carrying it out in actuality, I shall put the fear over their wicked heads, so that the sweat of fear shall run down to their heels. Say I, friends, you do as you will, and no barriers shall beset you on my part. But if you are going to assert your authority here, then you have to step out now and transact such outside with them, by summoning some of your subordinates. Says the centurion, Lord, leave that to me, as I know how to implement my laws and authority everywhere. With these words, he summons a deputy standing guard in the courtyard, who steps inside at once requesting the centurion's orders. But the centurion said to him, Dispatch the runner to the camp forthwith, and the deputy is to send me 30 men here without delay. The watchman leaves the room instantly, and in 10 minutes already 30 men together with the deputy step into the hall, unnoticed by Pharisees resting in the street and receiving their respects. The deputy asks the centurion what is to be done. Says the centurion, Not much right now, only a certain degree of discipline is to be maintained which strangers are to observe. And should Roman camp regulations be unfamiliar to them, then we shall impress it upon them. Therefore stay quiet and serious here, and closely attend to my words. Fiat. Soon thereafter, Ebal flings the hall doors open, and 20 Pharisees and scribes enter. It is obvious that the 20 had a great many escorts with them, as well as donkeys and mules for moving their many chattels. The escorts, animals and luggage had to be looked after. On their full entry, the Pharisees and scribes at once scanned the whole crowd, asking the innkeeper what the Roman military were doing here. Says Ebal, It must have gotten around that you would arrive here, and they came to pay you their proper respects. Says one of the Pharisees, That doesn't look at all like the Romans, but let it be as will. We are hungry and thirsty, so let food and drink be brought. Ebal at once sets all feet and hands in the house moving, except Jairus, and in a few moments a large table is well set. The Pharisees wash their hands and then tuck into it. In a short time all is consumed, and 60 beakers of wine drunk. The wine makes them talkative, and they start making all sorts of inquiries, soon giving the reason for travelling here, asking about me and saying, Do you know nothing here about a vagabond supposedly of Nazarene birth? This person, probably a carpenter by trade, is supposed to do unheard of magic, spreads a new divine doctrine, heals the sick, exorcises spirit, and stirs up the people against the temple and against the emperor. On his account we are on our way to Nazareth to examine this thing there. Since he is, however, supposed to beat about in all of Galilee, you might be more closely informed about him here. Chapter 60. Occasion of the centurion with the Templars. Here the centurion takes the floor, saying, "The man you inquire about I know most intimately, and know about all his deeds, and also those accomplished by him a few weeks ago in the location of Kis, where through his divinely prophetic spirit he revealed to the court-master Faustus that the imperial taxation moneys and other treasures, being transmitted from the Pontus and Asia Minor, were taken over from the Roman transportation caravan by the likes of you in the most despicably brazen manner, causing the chief governor Cyrenius the most acute embarrassment, and putting all of Galilee and indeed the entire Jewish state at grave risk. It is exclusively this very same Jesus whom the entire Jewish nation, as well as yourselves, have to thank that you are still alive now. For had the said imperial moneys robbed by your ilk not surfaced, the entire land would have been laid waste by fire, whilst all the treasures of Judea would not have sufficed to expiate the crime. That this has quietly passed over for you and your likes, you have only Jesus, the greatest and wisest and mightiest prophet, to thank. And it is therefore disastrous and unjust of you to the highest degree to go out persecuting a man whom you have to thank for everything, your life and existence. But that which you have just spoken, that you went to Nazareth to catch and examine Jesus like a supreme criminal, that he is least of all. He stirs up no man either against yourselves or against the emperor, or Cyrenius would not be his friend, as I well know. But now to something else, my temple lords. You surely are aware of the fact that a Roman military camp has been established here in Gennesaret for several years. Wherefore every person, irrespective of standing or nationality, must carry an authentic passport sealed by Roman authority if he wants to have safe passage through the place of occupation with his hide intact. Hence, as chief commander over this place, and indeed the entire area, I beseech you for such document, even more so for coming here at night time, in the absence of which I shall have to arrest you, publicly having you flogged tomorrow, and in the end send you back to Jerusalem as captives. Hence have the goodness and present your proper travelling documents." Says the chief of the Pharisees, "Lord, I am, as a chief of Jerusalem, the living travel certificate for all, and we have need of no other. For just as you are a chief, so am I, and with imperial privilege am able to travel by day or night in all of Israel. We are anointed by God, and beware all who would lay hands on us." Says the centurion, "The imperial privilege extends only to unoccupied places, and not to places where an open military camp is established." Says the chief, "Such law has never been made known to us, and hence we could not observe such, for we are not so stupid as not to furnish ourselves on a journey with all things necessary for our security. But if such is required here, then we shall at once dispatch couriers to Jerusalem, and at this time tomorrow you can have necessary travel documents in your hands." Says the centurion, "There shall be no need of that, for it is up to me to believe your testimony or not. But I shall observe you closely. Should I detect anything in the least suspicious, then you are instantly my prisoners. For the present and the duration of your stay nonetheless, you shall be under heavy guard, who shall escort you to the border of this area for a payment of 100 pieces of silver. Had you the necessary passport with you, however, you would be free of all charge. Says the chief, "This the lord of the inn shall fix up for us, because we are not on a journey allowed to take money with us. For the earth is God's, and we are his servants, and from God have the right to call the entire earth our own, and to reap wherever we have not sowed. For every Jew knows that whatever he has is only on loan to him from ourselves, which we can take back from him at any time. For this simple reason we cannot go anywhere in Israel as strangers, but only as lords and sole proprietors, entitled by God to every house, plot and soil, money and other treasure. And hence we can very well order Ebal to pay the 100 pieces on our behalf, for he has taken them from our plot and soil. And were he not to do so, then we would give all these his possessions to someone else, who is not going to worry about the 100 pieces of silver." Since this concerns Ebal quite directly, he finally opens his mouth, saying, "My lords, there you are somewhat mistaken. Because firstly, this place has been a free territory from old times, on which no one other than God Emperor can make demands. And secondly, I have acquired this place as dowry through my second wife, who is a Greek by birth, and converted to a Jewess through myself, since she was the only daughter of the house. And hence all this large property belongs not to myself, but my second wife, and after her to her daughters. Hence I possess nothing, and nothing can therefore be taken from me. And you shall therefore have to pay the 100 pieces yourselves. If you don't believe it, then ask the centurion here, who is my superior, and he shall tell you." Says the centurion at once, "Yes, indeed, so it is. You shall yourselves pay the 100 pieces. No pleading or further retort shall help, for here I myself am the only one to give orders and make demands." Says the chief, "But what if we dispatch our messenger, a good horseman, to Jerusalem straight away, so that he is back here with the required document by noon tomorrow?" Says the centurion, "That makes no difference, because the 100 pieces you must pay already, by virtue of coming here without such document. Hence, no further talk about this matter." Says the chief, "We nevertheless have no money on us, for we never carry money when travelling, because this is our law. Whence should we therefore take the money now?" Says the centurion, "That shall be my concern. Where the money is lacking, we will make use of the bail. Your effects, which I hear you carry in large quantity, shall surely be worth the 100 pieces." Says the chief, "They are indeed worth 1,000 times that much, but these are all divinely consecrated things, and God would cause the death of whoever laid his hands upon them. Hence you shall not be able to touch such things, far less take them." Says the centurion, "It is not going to be so bad. We shall see whether this is really the case with your God-consecrated effects." Yell all the Pharisees, "No, no, no! We shall yet manage to find the 100 pieces. Our people are certain to have money on them." Here a Pharisee steps out, bringing in a satchel with 100 pieces, handing them over to the centurion, who hands them to the deputy, the latter having to count the money. As it is the right sum, the centurion commands the deputy to place the money into the sinner's poor box, and the deputy does so at once. The chief says, however, It is rather strange practice here to place consecrated money into sinners' poor box. Since we are servants of God, are you not aware of offending God by offending a servant of God? Says the centurion, "What has your God to do with me? I am a Roman, and know what I know and believe. Your God, whom you now serve, however, shall never be my God. To me you are therefore the greatest sinner, and hence your God-consecrated money belongs in the sinner's poor box. Do you understand this?" Says the chief, "Yes, Lord, we understand that we are dealing with a staunch pagan who, like all staunch Romans, deeply despises us, together with our divine doctrine." Says the centurion, "Not as deeply as you think, for we too acknowledge the old authentic Jewry. Only your new statutes, your own faithlessness, and your outrageous of every kind, we despise 3 times more than death itself, because there is no trace in you of the Jewry of old, except for the names. But where are the select works of those from whom you are descended, and who gave the wise doctrine and laws? I know very well how it once stood with your Ark of the Covenant. But what does it look like now? Where is God's Spirit moving above it?" Says the chief, "That is still as it was in Aaron's times." Says the centurion, "Oh, perhaps otherwise. Hearken, hardly 3 years ago I was myself in your so-called Holy of Holies, and to that for a fee of 700 pieces of silver. But what did I see and smell? An iron case on a rack, from whose middle a lively naphthalene flame flickered, whose repulsive smell did not affect my nose too pleasantly. The ingredients in question in the so-called Ark of the Covenant were certain to be younger than Moses and Aaron, and my purse was rather sad for my emptying it so mightily for the sake of your foolery and deceptions. Say not another syllable about it to me, for I am one that sees sky high through your cheating. Listen, knowing what I do, and if I were the emperor, would have your entire temple leap over the sword. Your luck is just that I am not the emperor, but what the emperor hasn't done to you, his successor will do." Says the chief, "Lord, if you know this, then I beg you to keep silent about it on account of the people, because if the people found out, then we would have to fear the most unbridled rebellion." Says the centurion, "Never fear, because such is known by nearly every Galilean, and yet there is not the remotest talk about a people's rebellion, because we Romans are around, and mighty enough to quell any revolt at the roots." Says the chief, "Well, Lord, we have made payment and are therefore squared off. Hence let us leave this matter. But if you have any knowledge about the notorious magician Jesus, then be so kind and tell us what there is to him and his questionable doctrine and deeds, so we can report back to the temple about it." Says the centurion, "I have already told you that I know him very well, and I would have had him seized a long time ago had there been the least sign of a rebellion. But the way things are, I am persuaded of the exact opposite, and hence can give him only the most favourable testimony. If you were like him, then Jerusalem would be the eternal and foremost city of God for all time to come, and God's Spirit would still be moving above the Ark of the Covenant, as in Aaron's time. But you are the extremest opposite to him. Wherefore, Your city and your temple shall not endure much longer. Report this to your colleagues, so that they may know the sandy soil on which their city and temple are built. But tomorrow you shall find out more with your eyes and ears, and so you can now go and take your rest. Says the chief, "We shall remain here at the table, for your pretentious words shall rob us of our sleep for days. Whoever can slumber, let him do so. I, for one, shall be over wakeful." Over there at the corner of the table a guest is seated with a maiden. Who actually is he? Do we have to take note of him, or is he a prisoner of yours, together with the maiden? Is perhaps without travel documents as well? Says the centurion, "About this one you have no business to inquire. He is under my protection. I hope nonetheless that you shall get to know more closely tomorrow." Chapter 61. The Power of Love. After these words, no Pharisee inquires further. Whereupon I rise, greet the centurion, who responds the salutation with much warmth and sincerity, accompanying me and Jara to a resting place in another chamber, in company of Ebal and his wives and other children. But I say to the centurion, "If all of you want to stay with me during the night, you can stay. However, if you want to go to sleep, you can do so as well. Should you stay, no one will have missed any sleep in the morning. By the way, you as my friend has negotiated very well with the Pharisees. They are now very frightened and under pressure, and will count the sand grains in their watch, and will await the coming day with great impatience. It was good nonetheless that my disciples, who are still battling with the Essenes and the group of Pharisees, and nearly have them completely on their side, did not enter the dining hall when the significant commotion took place. For this would have created an unnecessary sensation. Yet I wanted it like that, and therefore it could not have been otherwise. But what I am going to do with my dearest Jara? This little girl will never leave me." Says the little one, "Lord, for as long as you are going to stay in our house, Jara will not leave your side. And if it would be possible for you to die, Jara would die with you. However, when leaving our house again, and Jara cannot go with you, I will stay home and grieve, and ask the Father in your heart to guide you back to her. For without you, Jara cannot live any more." Say I, "Behold, this is a proper example how one should love God, to be loved by Him in the same measure. Indeed, God's love grasps everything, and forever there is no rage or revenge in it. However, there still exists a great difference in the way a person is loved by God. As long as a person breathes and lives, it is proof that God through His love gives him life, otherwise he would dead long ago. However, who loves God like this little one here, urges God to come and dwell in the loving heart of a person. And God comes, and by His Spirit dwells in the heart which loves God above all. and thereby a person has the everlasting, imperishable life and is completely one with God. Indeed, it is not given to everyone to love God as mightily as it is the case with this my most dearest Jara. Nevertheless, can every person love God with all his strength, and God will therefore also fill this heart with his Spirit and his mercy, and forever will not allow him to fall into the abyss. And if he stumbles, he will always be helped up again, and the everlasting life will stay in him forever. And now, my most dearest Jara, since you love me so much, you must tell us a little story. For I know that you are richly equipped with all kinds of good stories. Says Jara, delightfully childishly smiling, "O Lord, spare me this, for this would really sound quite silly alongside your endless most wise side." Say I, "No, no, you my most dearest Jara, this may not disconcert you, since you can always and ever expect the greatest forbearance from me. Since behold, I understand the weeping of little children, not to mention their speech. Sometimes you have rather strange dreams. Come and tell me such a dream." Chapter 62. Jara's dreams about the crucifixion and resurrection. Says Jara, "Now, this I could do, but my dreams are normally quite dreadfully and show me the world people in their very terrible form, and instead of them I see only devils. And as such, only recently I had a dream. I saw a marvellous person who resembled you, O Lord, a great deal. This person I saw bound with ropes like a criminal. Those following him weeping, I asked what this marvellous person had done that the world people treat him so badly. And the weeping, one after the other, told me. He was a mighty benefactor of humanity. He never committed any injustice, and the brightest truth was the honey of his mouth. To the world and power-hungry Pharisees he spoke the truth, and therefore they have him condemned to death at the cross by the weak Roman landlord. They now lead him to the place of execution. Come with us and see the reward the greatest human friend will receive from the bad, most selfish people." And I went with the weeping to a low hill and saw the honest person, who was full of blood because of the slashes and blows, dragging a heavy cross, and on his head he carried a thorn wreath to increase his torture. At the place of execution he was bared and thrown mercilessly like a wild animal onto the cross. Then they took many sharp nails and drove them with heavy hammers through hands and feet, and in so doing fixed him in the most gruesome manner to the hard and heavy cross. O Lord, this was a terrible sight. If I only think about this dream, I lose my senses. Finally, the cross was raised and put into an existing hole and wedged to stand firm. However, the most miraculous thing about this was that this above all measure honest person, even during all such torture, never uttered one single agonizing sound, while the other two, who by far were tortured less gruesome, screamed and wailed enormously. At this point I woke up, and my whole body was trembling. Lord, such a dream is indeed no joke for a so tender-feeling girl's heart like mine. Thereupon I immediately asked the dear Father in heaven that he should not let me have such heavy and agonizing dreams any more. And behold, until this hour I actually had no such heavy dreams to cope with. My father, however, always told me that dreams are like empty foam and originate from heavy blood. Can be. If I then have such heavy blood, I also otherwise had to be more sluggish than I actually be. But otherwise I am an agile and cheerful girl. How can I then have heavy blood? Say I, who has become a little sombre during the story. No, no, you my dearest Jara, you have ether-light blood. However, your dream is of great importance. But now nothing further about this. Time will be your teacher therein. However, blessed you are, having seen such dream. Only a few prophets had the privilege to see such in their visions. However, many things on this are hidden from man. The great why they will only get to know in the beyond. But now tell me another dream which you dreamt 3 days afterwards, about the same person. Says Jara, "Oh, I much more prefer to tell this, since it is many thousand times more cheerful. Suddenly, I found myself apparently still very early morning in a quite beautiful garden from where I unfortunately could see the place of execution from my previous dream. Such view immediately filled me with great fear, so that in my dream I began to pray to the dear Father in heaven to spare me a similar appearance. For I unfortunately still saw the 3 known crosses standing upright at the place of execution. But then a most beautiful youth came to me, consoled and strengthened me with the words which I have memorized. Do not be afraid, you tender, pure soul. What you have seen 3 days ago had to take place according to divine providence. Otherwise, no person could become blessed and see the face of God. What has been crucified was God's Son, and God was in him. Now, after 3 days, this Son of God will rise from the death of his divine flesh, out of his very own power, and from now on will rule over the whole of infinity, and his kingdom and his rule will forever not end. And all powers and forces will kneel before his name, and those who will not kneel will be allowed to blight. But the last, most blessed moment is near. Therefore, pay attention to the heavy sealed gravestone. When the youth had spoken such to me, behold, the heavy gravestone consisting of separate pieces lifted by itself from the grave, and from it rose cheerfully, nevertheless with an exceedingly dignified face, the very same man which I have seen being so terribly crucified 3 days ago. I even saw the markings on his hands and feet, and I did not doubt it for one moment that it was him. And the man came to me and said with an endlessly melodious voice, "This what you have seen here in a dream was only a seeming example of this what will happen in reality in the near future. However, before that you will see me in reality, and after my resurrection, quite often." After these words I woke up again and have thought about them a lot. However, Except you, no man resembled him in reality. Say I. Now, perhaps I am him? However, now nothing further about this, and therefore about something completely different for tomorrow. Chapter 63. The centurion discussing the Templars' maliciousness with the Lord. The Pharisees, who travelled here from Jerusalem on my account, and in whom our friend put the wind up in a truly wise fashion, shall give me a hard time tomorrow, once they have recognized me. But I shall for the first time serve them up pure wine. That is, I shall tell them the full truth to their faces frankly. The sick that are here and those still to come shall do no more than touch the hem of my raiment, and they shall get well. Thereafter my disciples shall eat their morning meal with unwashed hand, and this shall suffice to get those true arch-Philistines of Pharisees and scribes as heckles up. Thereupon they shall at once come up with their notorious snare questioning, and I shall give them answer that shall savour them more sour and bitter than vinegar and gall, a notorious drink with which they are wont to slake the poor sinners' thirst. But now we shall spend the 2 hours to daybreak in silence. Also my disciples, together with their 2 Essenes, and the group of Pharisees, went to take some rest, and have accomplished some good work. For they won them all for me. 2 young Pharisees, however, Pillar and Ahab, the first from Kis and the latter from Gesera, both main speakers and at the same time clever, sober people, have already been for some time my disciples. Only arriving yesterday morning, they immediately joined up with my disciples, and have well supported my disciples during their conversion work. For my disciples, all fishermen except for 3, still have insufficiently skilled tongues, and therefore the 2 young Pharisees supported them well. You, Ebal, however, go over and tell the disciples that tomorrow morning they are to eat their bread with unwashed hands, whilst the other converted Pharisees and scribes, together with the 2 Essenes, are to remain hidden until the Jerusalemites will have departed. Only then they should emerge, and I will bless them. It is up to them whether they want to change into other clothing, or in the eyes of men remain what they were till now. Go and say that unto the disciples and the others. You will know whom. Ebal leaves and does exactly as I advised him. And all are happy about this news, promising to strictly keep to everything I have communicated to them. Ebal returns, telling us the good response his errand had received. Everyone is happy, and the centurion says, I am looking forward to tomorrow with exceeding pleasure. But this I also say that, particularly stirred thus in relation to the peculiar dream of beloved Jarrah, I shall not be playing jokes with these fellows. As soon as they start playing up with me, I shall have them flogged, that their wicked blood shall flow off their backs in streams. Because for these brutes rebukes mean nothing, and only spurn them to greater revenge. But one flogging to near death shall cool their wicked zeal. I am not sure of doing it yet, but not terribly uncertain either. It could quite easily turn out that with the slighter opportunity these fellows and their henchmen perpetrate against you, dear Lord and friend, in Jerusalem what the maid saw in the first dream. I say, a spark of possibility, and the most effeminate Governor Pontius Pilate will have nailed you to the cross just like that. Of a truth, if I were governor of Jerusalem, then anyone should just try to lay his hands on you. Him I would hang on the cross 10 times, and only then break his legs. But I am unfortunately posted here, and could not come to your aid, nor your friends Cyrenius and Cornelius. Wherefore one has to start cooling off these fellows' pernicious pluck in advance, to thoroughly scare them off, so that they would not easily anywhere dare to lay their paws on godly men as exalted as yourself. Oh, wait, you rogues! Tomorrow shall get that hot that I will make you sweat blood. When the fellows shall have received some thoroughly rough lesson, then I would almost wager half the Roman Empire that they will give up their evil deeds, at least in their excesses. But their evil old hide must first be thoroughly tanned. Dixie. I have spoken, the editor. Say I. You can indeed do as you will, and I shall not say unto you, don't do it. Because you are one of my wisest friends I've come across. You indeed have the proper tact in all your words and deeds. But I say unto you that it won't make any difference with this wicked brood, but only make them more wicked and mischievous. Because they who are once of Satan are so fully yet, and only through an every so now and then rebuke can they be turned to something better, as our disciples have done now, and as was the case at Nazareth, where the chief together with the Pharisees and scribes were converted to my teaching. But not much can be done on a big scale, and just as little by your method. Because whilst you may drive one devil out with the whip, 10 will enter in his place, of whom each shall be worse than the original one. Says the chief, As surely as my name is Julius, I shall lay neither cane nor scourge on any of these fellows until forced to extremity. Whereupon let those fellows beware. Say I, there you are quite right again. One has to stretch patience out as long as possible. Once the extremist borderline has been reached, nevertheless, then it is necessary, without all further postponement, and sparing nothing, to hit with all lightning and thunder. Otherwise the sinners begin to think that one is joking and playing with them as with little children. Says the Captain Julius, These are fully my maxims too. It takes much for me to punish, but if I am forced to it by an incorrigible, then he shall also remember well that he was punished by me. But now I believe that we should take a little rest for a couple of hours, for it has started to dawn. Say I, Yes, let us do so here, each upon his seat. All are quiet, and every eye is laden with a short but honey-sweet sleep. And upon wholesale awakening, each is fortified as if he had slept and dreamt all night upon a soft resting place. Chapter 64. Large-scale healing through touching of the Lord's coat. All are amazed about such fortifying sleep, even whilst the sun is already shining unto the mountain tops. Ebal at once organizes his wives to take care of a freshly and well-prepared morning meal. And the women, together with the older daughters, at once attend to an abundant and good morning meal, finding that easy, since their larders are crammed from top to bottom. The Pharisees have already taken their table over in the dining hall, leaving no room for anyone else to sit at their table. And Ebal immediately had them served with bread, wine, a few roasted fish, and honey. Only after these were finished did Ebal have another large table set for myself, my disciples, the centurion, and Ebal and his wives and children. Before entering the hall, however, I had Ebal bring all the sick waiting for me into the big hall and tell them that they had only to touch my coat and they would get well at once. Ebal went and carried out my order. Thereupon I entered the dining hall with the centurion, my disciples, and little Jara, who would not part with me by one step, and sat down at the table without glancing at a Pharisee, let alone greet one, something that was a big thing with them. When I and the centurion and the disciples were seated, close on 200 sick entered the dining hall asking me if they could touch the hem of my garment. And I let them, even while I and my disciples and the others partook of the morning meal. Soon everyone that was sick crowded around me, touching the surface of my coat, and all who touched it became well. Matthew chapter 14, verse 6. But the supremely jealous Pharisees and scribes hid behind some of the sick, saying to them covertly, "Do not touch the coat of the Nazarene, who we already know, and you still will be healed." And those who allowed to be persuaded by the Pharisees and did not touch my coat stayed ill. Upon realizing this, they came to me again to ask me if they could touch my coat. However, I rebuked them and said, "Have you come for the sake of me or those Pharisees who talked you out of it to touch my coat? Those you believed should also help you. Go to them." This the Pharisees easily overheard and turned red hot with rage. They soon come over to me, and their chief said to me, "So you are the one on whose account we had to go from Jerusalem to Nazareth." To such question I give the chief no answer, but the centurion in my proximity, sitting at the table to my right, says with thunderous voice, "Yes, this is the one whose countenance you miserable ones are not worthy eternally to behold. Why did you dissuade those poor from touching his garment, so that they might have gotten well like their companions? You miserable dogs! Do you really in this world know no better than to make people unhappy at every opportunity?" Here, I give the centurion a sign to relent somewhat, or there could be unpleasant things. And whilst relenting, the centurion nonetheless demands the chief to conscientiously give a reason why he prevented some of the sick from touching the divine master's garment, so that they would have gotten well like the others. Somewhat embarrassed, the chief says, "We only wanted to convince ourselves that only those got well who touched your raiment. And we are sure now that only those who touched the master's raiment got well. And we put no further obstacle to what can make them well." Here the sick get up, saying, "Oh, if we were not so sick, miserable and weak, than we would for trying out on us whether we would get well too, without touching the divine Saviour's raiment, give you a reward that would give you an eternity to think about. Nevertheless, postponement doesn't mean calling it off. We shall yet somehow, with God's help, get well, and then meet you somewhere. Then you can beware of what we shall do with you. However, I say to the sick, revenge be distant from your hearts. If you want me to heal you, ban all rage and revenge from your hearts. Thereupon the sick say, Master, for the sake of you, we do whatever you want from us. Only free also us mentally handicapped from our sufferings. Say I, thus come and touch my garment. Here the sick went and touched the hem of my overcoat, and all of the sudden all became perfectly cured. And the centurion, agitated, said, Now, you blind seers from the so-called holy city of God, are you now convinced that the man about whom you are so despicably ill-informed, and whom you went out to examine and to catch, is this evil person whom you described to me yesterday? Says the chief and also the other Pharisees, that an extraordinary healing power goes forth from him, we are now more than convinced. But it is far from follows that he accomplishes this out of some kind of godly power, because with him and those sitting at table with him, we note that they don't keep the ordinances of the elders, and in view of such, there can absolutely be no talk of any godliness. Says the commander, This I do not understand. Speak to him personally about this. Chapter 65. The Lord and the Chief. Matthew, chapter 15, verses 1 to 9. Thereafter the chief steps up to me, asking, Master, who are they at table with you? Matthew 15:1. Say I, they are my disciples. Continues to ask the chief, Why do these your disciples break the elders' ordinances? They wash not their hands when eating bread. Matthew 15:2. Only here do I rise, abruptly facing the chief, and asking him with a serious voice, Why do you break God's commandments on account of your ordinance? Matthew 15:3. God commanded, Honour thy father and thy mother, but whoever curses father or mother shall die. Matthew 15:4. You, however, teach son and daughter to say to their parents, If I make offerings in the temple for your father or mother, it is of greater benefit to you than if I honour you as of old. And to such son or daughter you say, It is well done so. Matthew 15:5. What, however, are the consequences? Behold, therewith no one honours their father and mother any more. You have therefore abolished God's commandment for the sake of your ordinances. Matthew 15:6. Who gave you the authority thereto? Having never believed in God, you are well able to do so, for he who is spiritually dead has a conscience no more. Here the centurion takes the stage again, saying, Ah, to this has it come. Oh, this I must mark well. Such servants of God are you? For this reason, you are incapable of recognizing the godliness of our Master and Saviour. Your God, therefore, is firstly your paunches, and hence your gold and silver satchels. Well, well, now I precisely recognize you. Carry on now. Says the chief, "We are servants of God in the order of Aaron." Say I, "Oh, you miserable hypocrites! Isaiah indeed has written and prophesied of you." Matthew 15:7. "This people draws close to me with their mouths, honours me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. But in vain they do worship me, while teaching the people such doctrines which are nothing else than commandments of men." Matthew 15:8-9. Says the chief, "Because of our ordinances, which are also for man's benefit, we do not abolish God's commandments." Say I have already shown you so with one of God's commandments. Do you want to also hear how you tread all the other commandments of God into the dust, putting your own ordinances sky high above them? Says the chief, "Leave it alone because of the people, of whom many are here." Says the centurion, "In this way you only testify before the people how our Master keeps God's commandments to the fullest degree." Says the chief, "We cannot do this now. This can be effected only by the temple through the ordained high priest." Says the centurion to that, "We Romans put it this way: ars longa, vita brevis." Long on art, short on life, the editor. Or, one intends to put the thing on the back burner for as long as possible to avoid doing anything. But I tell you straight out, before the people, even your best testimony to a master like Jesus of Nazareth would be too miserable and evil. Should you dare to, in the temple at home, cast even one aspersion on Jesus before your colleagues, then I shall, on the spot, dispatch a report to the Emperor in Rome, and with the dot over the I and 100 witnesses in minutest detail, describe how you and your colleagues, on your instigation, carried out the infamous taxation robbery. Then reckon hardly another year, and your infernal nest will be so destroyed that it shall be hard to tell where it once stood. Mark it well, for a Roman keeps what he has spoken, even if heaven and earth should perish therefrom. Peret mundus fiat jus. May the world perish, but justice be done. The editor. Have you understood me? Chapter 66. Julius's keen talk about the blessing of the Lord. In response to this centurion Julius's talk, the Pharisees withdrew confounded, consulting on what to do. One of them was of the opinion that they should give me the testimony demanded by the centurion. The chief says, nevertheless, "How can we, if he despises the temple ordinances, treading them with the feet? But to do it for appearance's sake is no use to us, for the testimony would be produced at his pleasure, bringing all blame and punishment over us. Let us just keep what the centurion requires of us, for if it leads to unpleasantries, then we have a good reason to fall back upon before our highest superiors." All the Pharisees and scribes agree, falling silent and saying not another word. Here I rose with gravity, turning to the chief and saying, "So it is for fear of not keeping your ungodly human ordinances that you cannot and will not testify of me, and for fear of your miserable body? Oh, had you given testimony of me, how happy you would have been temporarily and eternally! But it is over now. The Son of Man shall henceforth not need your testimony, for his works and words testify of him. But that you and your colleagues would see that the Son of Man does not fear people, I shall now tell all the people in front of you that there is nothing to keeping the temple ordinances, and that whoever abides by them according to your sense commits a grave sin before God." Says the chief, "Don't do this, or you may fare badly." Says the centurion, "Yes, he is going to do so, and he shall meet with nothing bad. Remember that, you miserable moneybags. You are in my power over here. Only one suspicious move, and I will have you chopped up and cast into the sea for dragon food, as truly as my name is Julius. Just look at these goblins. History shows that the Templars have not done one good thing for mankind for over 300 years. And if there was an occasional noble soul among them, then they did, as to my knowledge, they did hardly 30 years ago to the reverent, upright Zacharias. And no sooner does a person filled with truth, honesty, and divine power arise among them, inundating poor mankind with favours of all kinds, then these goblins are at once there to ruin him. Oh, this your miserable craftsmanship shall soon be terminated. Behold, this true man of God came to this district, which is universally notorious for its unhealthy location. Several thousand sick were found in the area, locals as well as strangers. Even more than half of my soldiers lay stricken with bothersome and intense fevers, some already over a year. Come this pure man of God and healed all who sought help. Should one not build an altar to such a man, sacrificing to him as to a god, ceding him every imaginable honour and unction? But what good did you render to people on coming here? Ebal's cellar and larder shall shortly be worth 100 pieces fewer. And out of gratitude for feeding everywhere, free of charge like wolves, you want to destroy our greatest benefactor. A person whom alone you have to thank for Cyrenius not gathering all power in Asia together to raze to the ground your miserable robber and harlot's nest. No, to think about your shamelessness goes beyond everything. For the sake of not having your deceptions, which you sell the people as godly things for good money, betrayed, you seek, with all satanic willingness, to get rid of even your greatest friends and benefactors, if you sent a bit of higher light within them. Say it yourselves, whether you are not far more evil than Satan himself. Here the centurion turned to me, saying, Lord and Master from God's school, teach us unsparingly the truth and what the people are to do in future in respect of human ordinances. I know that the heavens and the earth and all the elements obey you, and that you can, with the gentlest breath of your mouth, scatter these goblins to the winds like chaff, as you were able to command the sea to carry us as if it were solid land. Notwithstanding so, however, I, as a mere weak human, stand at your service with all my power, which is not inconsiderable, to the last man and last drop of blood. These miserable goblins are to get to know the Gennesaret area. Says the chief with a trembling voice, "Mr. Captain, where is your proof that we came here only to destroy this person? We have indeed come to examine and test him, which surely cannot be held against us. But by God, there can be no talk about destruction. For you it is easy to speak, having had ample opportunity to get to know him through his deeds and speeches. We, however, have heard and seen little other than today's miraculous healing, other than your not too human threats. And we ought to, as relative newcomers to this thing, be free to take our measure of this miracle man. That we Templars are standing on quite hollow ground already is surely not foreign to us. Notwithstanding this, it is, however, preferable to no ground at all, and the state shall have to protect it until it pleases God to create a firmer one. Hence I beg you to not immediately threaten us with the sword for trading a few words with the miracle man Jesus. Let him do what he wants, and should teach and preach, so that also we too find out more than what we heard only from hearsay and many probably false reports. On seeing that there is something to the thing, we too shall formulate different judgments within us than up till now. For we are not quite so stupid as that, and our heart is still quite capable of a just assessment. Says the captain, "The refusal of the requested testimony does not say much for the righteousness of your heart, but quite the contrary. Ex trunco non quidem mercurius. No God has yet emerged from a clot." The editor. But we shall see. Chapter 67. 3 documents. Matthew, chapter 15, verses 10 to 14. Here I call all the people together, consisting partly of the present recovered and partly of the many residents of the city who were celebrating the Sabbath eve with a holiday. When the people were gathered together and the hall nearly filled, I said to the people, "Hearken and hear me well." Matthew, chapter 15, verse 10. That which enters through the mouth does not defile a man, but which comes out man's mouth defiles him. Matthew 15:11. To eat bread with unwashed hands defiles no man. This I say unto you all, and therewith abolish everlastingly such man-made ordinance. Here the people started to jubilate, praising me. The disciples stepped over to me nevertheless, asking, "Did you notice the Pharisees' fury on hearing you speak such words?" Matthew 15:12. Say I to the disciples loudly, "All plants not planted by my Father in heaven shall be weeded out." Matthew 15:13. Let them go. They are blind leaders of the blind. But where one blind leads another, there surely both fall into the ditch. Matthew 15:14. These can rage as they like, for their Father is one other than ours. Our Father is above, and theirs below. On hearing such, the Pharisees turned yellow, green, and fiery red with rage, with the chief saying, trembling voice notwithstanding, We have now heard all we need to. He has blasphemed God and us. Now we know with whom we are dealing and who this Jesus of Nazareth is. Hence let us get going and loudly proclaim to the high priest what kind of person this Jesus is. Says the centurion, one can indeed get into a city as you did, by your own will, but getting out again rests with the city's authority. It is easy to say, let's get away, but here the authority steps up and says, you're staying. The latter was voiced thunderously. To these words the Pharisees paled, earthen with fear, starting to quake and to be incapable of uttering another word. On seeing the murderous effect of his words, the captain continued, before letting you depart, you and I shall have much to discuss, and you shall yet issue me a couple of documents signed by your hand and witnessed by the people, both upon life or death, the contracts and the testimony. Well understood? For should I find out through my sharp-hearing spies that you did not keep even one point in the contract, then you are dead on the same day, were you to hide behind 1,000 temples. The captain had writing utensils brought to him at once, writing the following. Contract number 1. Should any of you dare to say even one derogatory word about Jesus of Nazareth, either among yourselves or to a stranger, which shall transpire instantly, shall undergo trial and death. Contract number 2. Whoever among you drops a single hint of what has taken place and been spoken here, either in Jerusalem or in the temple, giving Jesus adverse testimony, whether in the temple or another house, shall be subjected to the harshest trial, followed by the most tortuous death. And none should comfort themselves with, it surely will not come to this. As already said, the same moment you mention even a syllable of what you are commanded in the 2 contracts to keep silent, my spies shall find out, and you shall fare as threatened in these contracts. Whereupon the centurion wrote the following testimony. We are and all certify in our handwriting to the truth pro memorial eternal, in eternal memoriam, that we committed the notorious robbery of the imperial tax moneys and treasures from the Pontus and Asia Minor, having relieved the transmitters thereof with the most shameless cunning, as disclosed on their transportation to Jerusalem in kiss through the mediation, if not verbally by Jesus of Nazareth. We would have been once and all condemned by the magistrate Faustus, but Jesus of Nazareth intervened on our behalf, and we escaped unscathed. This is the full truth, vouched for by our lives. After finishing the writing of these 3 pieces, the centurion read them out quietly to the Pharisees and scribes. Their faces grew longer with every line, and only after hearing the testimony read out to them did they clasp their hands above their heads, shouting, What? This we are to sign? Says the centurion, Yes, it is the pure truth. If, however, you are not willing, then over there the bailiffs stand ready with the whips, scourges, and sharp axes. Here the Pharisees turned around, seeing the terrible men. Without further argument, they demanded writing utensils. The centurion nevertheless reminded them to sign their real names, or a false name brings death to anyone. Whereupon they signed their real names, and whoever among the people was literate had to sign as witness. Said the captain, after the 3 documents were thus completed, Now I got out of you what I've been wanting for a long time, and you know what I possess. What you need to observe you also know. And thus we have finished. Now you are free to go wherever you please. You shall be given safe conduct to the border. Thereupon, these Pharisees and scribes packed everything together, and in hardly a half hour they had Gennesaret behind them, quietly and without a word. Chapter 68. The Lord's cautioning against the Templars' cunning. When these provers and examiners were over hill and dale, the captain said, "Lord, these will hopefully keep their silence. For these 3 oaths may hold out. By the way, it is fully true that I do find out within 8 days whatever any one of them may have said to anyone ever so secretly. Besides that, their belief is stronger than my widely spread scouts, and their great fear is their taskmaster. Here I vouch for it that none of them shall divulge to anyone even a syllable of what they experienced here." Say I, "Yes, they shall keep silence, but that much greater shall be their inner rage. For what they encountered here in fullest measure, none of them shall ever forget. But let you all take precautions, for their inner malice is great and knows no bound. In their hearts devils reside, and for these no means are too malicious when it comes to take revenge against the offender. Hence be careful. These are now going to brood and brood. The testimony they had to sign is still the best binding means. On account of that they shall indeed keep their silence. But they are going to send more scouts of evil to breathe down your necks than your witnesses against them, and they shall engage in false witness against you. Hence be on your guard, for it is why I told you." Says the captain, "Lord, thank you from the fullness of my heart for this warning. Knowing this now, every stranger shall in future feel peculiar premonitions, especially Jerusalemites coming to this district. Verily, burning coals shall be stoked over his head. Only one ever seized, and a second shall forever abandon his attentions to become the devil's informer." Say I, "Indeed, indeed, hence be on your guard, for this generation is externally compliant as doves, but internally more poisonous than an Egyptian curly-tailed grass snake. They shall be coming in all shapes and speak this and that tongue, once as Persian merchants, then as Greeks and Egyptians as well as Romans, and shall be hard to distinguish from true citizens of these nations. But on close examination you shall discover of what spirit they are." Says the captain, "Oh, many further thanks to you, O Lord. Now I know what I shall have to do in future. And should a questionable case arise, then I am sure you will permit me to call upon your supremely holy and mighty name and say, 'O great almighty Spirit of my Lord and Master Jesus, enlighten my heart so that there would be light in it.' And you are sure to hear such call to the end of the world." Say I, "Ah, friend and brother, stay in me like that, and my spirit shall be in you for your help every day and night." Says Jara, standing next to me, "But Lord, You are speaking as if you were leaving us soon. I beg you to stay with us a few more days, for you are my life. How could I live without you? You must stay here. I won't let you leave here. I would have to die without you. Say I, in the most friendly fashion. Oh, my most beloved Jara, you I shall not leave eternally. And if on account of my ministry I have to leave here personally for a few days, I still shall remain with you in spirit, and you shall speak to me, and I shall give you well-audible answers to your every question. Of this you can be certain. Do you comprehend that? Says little Jara, Yes, my most beloved Lord Jesus, this I understand very well, knowing that nothing is impossible to you. But I would still prefer if you also stay longer with us in person. For behold, everything looks so transcendent and celestial when you are with us. I cannot imagine heaven more beautiful and glorious. Hence you have to stay with us few days longer, personally as a favour to me. Say I, Well, yes, it is not possible to deny anything to such love, especially when she has chosen the best part. Be of good cheer, for your love shall not be forsaken. This cheers up Jara fully, whereafter she bounds over to Ebal, saying, Look, Father Ebal, the Lord stays with us, and that forever. Says Ebal, My dear child, this is an immense grace for us, of which no one of us is worthy, for he is the Lord of heaven and earth. What he does and intends doing remains hidden in his eternal, unfathomable counsel, according to which every hair upon our head is counted like the sand of the sea. And we humans can change none of that. But this I also believe, that he to whom 1,000 years is like a day, staying with us one day longer or less, shall not make any difference. Hence hang on to him, and don't let him go, for among us all he loves you most. Says Jara, Oh, I will hold on to him and never let go of him. Chapter 69. The Lord speaks about the spirit of love. Quietly I approach her from behind, pick her up from the floor, and say, But you, my most beloved little child, how do you intend to hold me? I am then much stronger than you. Says the little one when putting her back on the floor, I know this quite well, that you are endlessly stronger than me, nearly not a little mosquito before you. For you are carrying with your almighty willpower heaven and earth, and holds the sea in its depth. How should I compare my strength to yours? However, what I mean is that you, since I love you so indescribable much, for the sake of my love for you, you will stay a little beyond the time. Say I, Yes, you are quite right again. For with love one can achieve everything with me. The love for you humans has drawn me to this earth. However, who has love like you can, of course, do with me what he wants, since such love is my very spirit in the hearts of people. And what such requires and wants comes from the deepest depth of the divine order, and therefore you can hold me with your heart quite nicely, and I will never ever separate myself from your heart. However, my visible body is not important, but only my spirit. What I do, behold, is not accomplished by me as a person, but only by my spirit. Nevertheless, for your sake I will stay a few days longer. For tomorrow is Sabbath, and the day thereafter post-Sabbath. For those 2 days I will stay longer, but I will move on, namely to Sidon and Tyre. However, I will then return and possibly stay with you for half of winter. Completely delighted, says the little one. Oh, all praise to God the Holy Father. Now I am quite content. All admired the 12-year-old little maiden and were astonished about its mind. And an elder said, "Oh, this is a special grace from God. In this tender skin hides an angel of God, for her body and spirit are testimony for it." Says another, "Certainly, the girl only counts 12.5 years, but she looks like a maiden of 16 years. Her body is completely developed and her soul leaves nothing to wish for. She truly has head and heart in the right place. Lucky him who one day will take her in his house as a wife." Jara hears this and says, "A heart who loves God does not require a selfish bridegroom, since it is already guided as bride into the house of God. I know to love people in their suffering and do good to the poor at every hour by day and night. But the certain love of a young man I do not know and will never get to know it, except his heart is filled with the purest love for God like mine." Says another old Jew, "Be careful, little maiden. Your speech sounds good, as if coming from the mouth of an angel. However, you nevertheless consists of flesh and blood, and when one day your years will come, then you will find out whether flesh and blood do not have anything to say in a person." Says Jara, "That man is not a god. I know already since my earliest years. However, a person can through the right love for God become a master of his flesh and blood, because of the certain help from God. However, whom God helps, he helps him all the way, and not only half, what you have experienced this morning at your own sick flesh and blood. For this was not human help, but the help of God." After these words of Jara, the elders fall silent, and nobody dared to reply to her with another word. But I say to Jara, taking her hand, "You have done well. You already speak like a fully matured prophet." Says dear smiling Jara in a soft voice to me, "It is easy to speak prophetically in your presence, if you put the words in one's heart. If I had spoken out of myself, indeed, a lot of stupidities would have come out." Say I also in a soft voice, "Could be so, my most beloved Jara, but from now on you will always be able to speak so wisely. But beware not to become unfaithful to me if you grow older." Says Jara, "Lord, if this would be possible, then rather let me die." Say I, Now, it will be impossible, indeed?" Says Jara, clinging firmly to my middle and pressing me to her chest, "Yes, such must be forever impossible, since then one would become insane for giving a pound purest gold for a pound stinking mud." Say I, "Then you still attach some value to gold?" Says Jara, "Yes, to gold of the soul, everything. The earthly gold I only have mentioned as an example. Say I, now, I do have understood you, but since I love you so much, I must tease you a little. Says Jara, oh, just keep on teasing me, I therefore will not love you less. For I know this quite well, that God burdens those people whom he loves most with all kinds of suffering. So if you really start to tease me, only then you will really love me. Say I, oh, you my dearest little child, such pure hearts like yours, God never teases, but only those who indeed love God very much, but nevertheless at the same time also flirt with the world. With those, God uses all kinds of banter to drive the world love out of their hearts, so that their hearts become completely pure. Do you understand this? Says Jara, O Lord, honey of my heart, this I understand quite well. Chapter 70. A discussion between the Templars and the Essenes. Says for a change Peter, standing sideways more to himself. Can't figure out how the little maiden is so quick to understand. Am I not quite old, having quite some experience? Yet there is no way for me understanding things quickly. Thus I still don't fully understand what he meant by the parable. What enters through the mouth does not defile a man, but only what comes out of the mouth. If a person has to vomit or coughs and then spits, how should this defile him? Moses made no mention of it. Say the other disciples as well. Here you fare like us, for we can't work this out either. Go and ask him in the name of us all as to how this parable is to be understood. Only then did Peter step over to me, saying, Explain to us the parable of what goes into and out of the mouth. Matthew 15:15. For none of us understands it. Say I, and are you all of so little understanding still? Matthew 15:16. How long will I have to bear you thus? You don't know yet that everything entering the mouth goes into the stomach and is cast out the natural way. Matthew 15:17. But what comes out of the mouth proceeds from the heart and defiles a man. Matthew 15:18. For out of the heart come evil thoughts, murder, adultery, fornication, robbery, false witness, and blasphemy. These are things defiling a man, whereas to eat bread with unwashed hands defiles not a man. Matthew 15:20. Do you understand that? Say the disciples, Yes, Lord, we thank you for this holy light. Say I to Matthew the writer, Thus write down the feeding in the desert, then the ride during the night to hear, and everything important that occurred, and thereafter what took place with few words, short and precise. Everything else that took place here leave out for the time being. In time a few things can be added afterwards. This is an essential piece of the gospel. Whereupon the disciples betake themselves back to their room, where the several converted Pharisees and scribes, together with the two Essenes, eagerly await them. Of course, they are immediately questioned in detail about how it went with the Pharisees and scribes from Jerusalem. And the disciples tell them exhaustively. Whereto the Pharisees, scribes, and two Essenes say, Nay, it truly takes much night and slyness, after such signs and testimonies, to persist stubbornly with such wicked stupidity. And what does all their slyness serve them? They are now so tied up by the three documents that they can't even share their thoughts among themselves. Are these not oxen and he-goats? Says the Essenes, the thing with Jesus is of such solar lucency as can be, and nevertheless they act so stupidly. We surely are as educated in a worldly sense, intellectually, as one can be after attending all Persian and Egyptian schools, and having all the wise men of Greece and ancient Jewry at one's fingertips. But even leaving aside all the unheard of miraculous deeds, regarding his speech and its concomitant deepest wisdom, never encountered on earth before, this alone is the most sufficient proof that this Jesus is a most accomplished God. With this go his deeds of a kind undreamt of by man, deeds possible only to a God, in whom all the powers of the world and stars, sun and moon are united, or through whose wondrous almighty will they received their being inexplicably. We saw how in him will, word, and accomplished deed fell into one. The heavens opened to his countless hosts of the most charming ethereal beings stood at his service. He commanded them, and empty larders bulged with the fullness of the most precious foods, and all empty skins and pitchers are filled with the most precious wine. Well, is this really nothing? He commands the sea, and its surface solidifies without turning into ice, and people can walk upon its normally deadly surface as if on marble floor. And all this was both shown and told faithfully to these shady fellows, besides their gaping this morning at the miraculous healing of several hundred people. Yet they remain more intrepid than rock upon which lightning have tested their destructive forces for thousands of years. Brethren, here everything decently human comes to an end, making him either a dangerous animal or a downright devil. Say, brethren, are we not right? Say the Pharisees and scribes, more than completely right and truthful, because if one can remain unmoved by such appearances, one must in the end be a devil. Say the two Essenes, since we now believe that such evil spirits are to be found in this world's regions, by whom men are not seldom tormented and seduced to evil deeds without a noticeable annoyance, we now fully agree with you, because people who have no empathy for fellow man whatsoever, and like tigers cater only for their own bellies, are not humans but devils, for they have no sense for anything other than a most satisfied stomach. No means to achieve such aim is too evil for them. What of God? What of spirit? The belly must be nurtured, nothing else matters. They regard the arts and sciences only if their incomes is increased therewith. O Lord, what kind of humans? Yes, indeed, these are the most actual and authentic devils. Says Judas Iscariot for a change, were I not persuaded of truly godly Almighty, I could now be scared and concerned for him. For these people would, if possible, pull down even God himself from his eternal throne in order to sit upon it. For the Templars, who are doing endlessly well since the driving out of the Samaritans, who were a fly in their ointment, would risk anything rather than have their life of luxury curtailed in any way. Says Peter, "Do you think that our Lord, with all his miraculous power, is safe from the Templars' cunning? If he does not stand up to these patricides and matricides as a judge, with fire and lightning from heaven, then he is in a short time a victim of their insatiable revenge. Yes, a Jew is called to do great things and be an angel. However, beyond an evil and spoiled Jew, no devil exists who could be worse. Hence, he should beware of Jerusalem. For should he come there as an obliging person, then he is ruined together with the preacher John. So long as the latter taught and baptized at Bethabara Minor, desert, he was safe. But as soon as he moved to the big Jordan in the great Bethabara desert about 3 months ago, he soon was a victim of the temple mob, who knew how to cleverly hide behind Herod. But Herod was also spying about our Lord and Master already. Had he been able to get hold of him, who knows what would have happened already? But the Lord can see into people's hearts and their plans from a distance, and knows how to keep out of their way. For who is cleverer and wiser than he? Says one Pharisee, once he starts avoiding them, then that is not a good indication of his security. He may want to avoid causing a stir, and that alone would excuse his keeping out of the way. But if it signifies the smallest amount of fear, then I won't stake much on his security. For I know only too well how the temple keeps its lethal nets spread out, making it all but impossible to escape with hide intact. But he will only be trying to avoid publicity for the time being, and hence avoid it as long as possible, and therewith a heaven and earth-shaking collision. He shall encounter man's great malice when its measure is full. This I deem myself to read into his character. Say the Essenes, we think so too, because with such godly wisdom and fullness of hidden divine power, one is sure to know what to do in the face of the maliciousness of the world. Had we but 100,000th part of his power, then in just 3 years we would be masters of the world. Hence we are not worried about him. He should therefore have to personally give himself up to the malicious world and say, "Here am I, fulfill now upon me, your Creator himself, the fullness of malice, so that judgment may the sooner come over you from on high." And there he would still lose nothing. He may indeed permit mankind to harm his body, and to even kill it, so that their measure be full. But who will be able to do anything to his eternally indestructible Almighty Spirit? As said, we don't doubt that he would be capable of such, but this shall not be of much use to his adversaries, because before you know it, he shall rise as an indestructible judge, judging them with fire and sword from the heavens. Beware then all his adversaries and devils. Only then shall they know who was he whom they persecuted by all ways and means. What do you all say to this our opinion? Say the disciples, "Ah, far be it for that to happen to him, although we are in no position to argue your point. But much is possible to God that man is not capable of thinking as possible." Chapter 71. The Lord and the two Essenes. Whilst the disciples, Pharisees, and the two Essenes were speaking thus, Ebal was calling the guests to table. And the disciples and their disciples also were called, entering the dining hall with cheerful faces. I asked them what they were discussing in their rooms so animatedly. Replied the Essenes, Lord, it is easy for you to ask, because what we were discussing was already as clear to you from eternity as the brightest noonday sun. But you may rest fully assured that we said nothing bad about you. Say I, quite certainly and truly, and in particular what you spoke about. For this, not your flesh and blood, but the Spirit of God inspired. Nonetheless, do not say more about it to anyone else, for men are blind, foolish, and evil. Let us nonetheless sit down at table now. The table was well set. Our 8 boatmen's time had been well spent on fishing, and they had brought Ebal a great many of the choicest fish into the house, for which he richly provided them with wine and bread. These fish were well prepared, and we consumed them with much appetite. The two Essenes, whose palates were well refined, as students of Aristotle and Epicurus, paid much attention to things culinary, and could not praise the succinct, real fish meal highly enough. The centurion too, with his 3 deputies, could not praise the flavour of the fish adequately, and heartily consumed a couple of large portions, so that he began to fear potential harm. But I said to him, Fear not, my dear Julius, for nothing shall harm you in the physician's presence. This cheered up the good Julius again. This my saying became a proverb which maintained itself among physicians to this date of writing. At the end of the meal, the centurion asked, saying, Lord, today is an exceptionally beautiful one. What if this afternoon we spent some time in the open? Say I am similarly inclined, but this time we shall climb a nearby mountain. Says the captain, Well, the nearest mountain, referred to by the name of Morning Head, and I think called Druitically in this language, is also one of the highest and immensely steep from every side, a nearly bare blade of rock. If you were intending to climb this one, then we could not reach the peak before nightfall, whilst there could be no talk of a return. To spend the night upon the heights may not be pleasant for any of us either, for there is supposed to be constant snow and ice in the crevices. The view, however, is supposed to be something indescribably rewarding. Say I, Friend, all this shall not deter us to climb the Morning Head. Who knows the route gets much easier to the top than him who has to search for it? Let us thus get under way. Before 2 little hours have passed, we are all at the top. This means those who want to go with us to climb the mountain. Says the captain, Lord, upon your beckoning I would gladly go to the world's end, let alone up this mountain. And if you lead, then there be no thought of danger. Now I am really looking forward to it. But we may want to take some bread and wine with us, knowing how ravenously hungry and thirsty one can get climbing such formidable mountains. Say I, Indeed, so you can do. But what are we going to do about our most beloved Jara? For her the mountain shall surely be too hard to climb. Says Jara, In your company, O Lord, nothing can be too hard for me. But without you, one cannot do anything anyway, and I least of all. If it pleases you, then I go not only up this mountain, but quite literally into the fire with you, as I also was the first to walk with you upon the water. Say I, you know how to always give me the right answer out of your heart. Hence get ready to come with us on the journey, and nothing shall become too hard for you. Who would be travel-ready more quickly than Jara? And she said as well, Lord, if it please you, then I am ready to depart. Chapter 72. A Miraculous Mountain Climb. The little maiden was wrapped in a pleated blue dress, and with light laced shoes on her feet. The head covered with an artfully weaved straw hat. And since I had been rather slow in answering her first question, she grasped my hand and said, But Lord, you my life, say it please, whether I am pleasing to you in this way. Say I, that is obvious, my most beloved Jara. You are exceedingly pleasing to me. If only all people were as pleasing to me as you, then everything would be all right. But there are thousands in the world, and indeed thousands of thousands, who don't please me as you do. But these are the pure worldlings, and you are an angel. But now it is time to go, for it is already the third part of day. With these words, all but the domestics get up and join me on my way. It speaks for itself that Jara constantly walked by my side, as did the centurion and Ebal. Coming to the cliff faces within which only exceptionally steep ravines spiraled upwards, the centurion remarked, Lord, there is no thought of climbing here with natural powers, for the ditches are terribly steep, wet, and extensively overgrown with thorn rushes. If no other way can be found, then by natural means we shall not get up there inside 10 days. Say I, are you really so tired already? Yet we nonetheless have already more than a third of the way behind us. Just look behind you and you shall see how high up we are already. The chief looked around and got a shock when he realized that we already found ourselves nearly halfway up and among the steepest cliff faces and almost vertical drops. After some fearsome astonishment, the centurion said in a somewhat feverish tone, No, let this be understood by whoever will. How we all got this far through this gorge is beyond me. We did indeed climb steeply already, yet I did not feel any particular strain. Nonetheless, there are now perpendicular walls ahead of us. Question, how shall we get over these? Say I, don't you notice that we don't stand still, but constantly pace forward? Says the centurion, Yes, this I notice indeed, yet when I look ahead, the all possibility of progress disappears. Say I, Behold, one just has to be a good guide to find the straightest path through all obstacles. Behold, the gorge ahead is already the gate to the highest pinnacle. Says the chief, Yes, how can it be? How were we able so soon to come up through these almost perpendicular rock faces? We are not under way an hour by far, yet are so close to the highest peak that only a few paces separate us from the top. Says the very cheerful Jara, But Julius, How can you ask where God the Lord is our guide? He could just as well carry us to the top over these cliffs, over which never ever before any human set foot. Since we know that we have here to do with the Almighty, every further question is futile. We can only melt before Him with love and deepest reverence, and eternally thank Him from life's profoundest depths that He deemed us worthy of such unheard of grace. But to ask Him how omnipotence and wisdom is capable of such, I find absurd. And even if He were to let us in on it, one can ask to what extent we would understand it, and whether we would gain omnipotence therewith. For sure, to the extent that He wills it, we would accomplish the miraculous out of ourselves. But beyond His holy and almighty will, never, surely. Say I. Oh, you little wise one, you! Who would have looked for so much of the brightest wisdom in you? I say unto you, that there are very few on earth like you. But one thing I must say unto you, notwithstanding my exceeding love for you, and this consists in asking you that in future you should be far more frugal with your pure wisdom, and only open your mouth when it is strictly necessary. Here surely this is not necessary, since, as you can see, I myself am present and know how to answer everyone's question quite satisfactorily and thoroughly. Look, if our friend Julius were not such a truly wise man, then you would now have hurt him deeply. But he is a wise man who is good and honest towards all, and hence is happy with your childlike wise instruction. In future, however, you shall have to be as unassuming as possible towards everyone, and only therewith you shall be my true bride. Have you properly comprehended these my words in your heart? Says Jarrah, somewhat aggrieved. Indeed, Lord, but I fear that you now not love me as before, and this saddens my heart. Say I, don't let that trouble you. Now I love you much more than before. Says Jarrah, but the good chief shall be cross with me. Says the centurion, not at all, my truly celestial Jarrah. I am only too thankful that you told me a purely celestial truth, from your heavenly heart. Oh, Jarrah, we too shall have much to discuss yet, for I sense it that your pure little heart is full of heavenly wisdom. Wherefore let us remain the best of friends. Say I. Now, my most beloved Jarrah, are you satisfied with such conclusion? Says Jarrah, now indeed, but I shall have to get a grip on myself from now on. For to be presumptuous has sometimes been my weakness. But it shall not henceforth be so, for your words are supremely holy to me. Say I. Very well then, so let us take the few remaining steps to the mountain's pinnacle. Chapter 73. Upon the Morning Head Pinnacle. After a few paces, we found ourselves upon the peak, which however had a very torn, creviced and fragmented appearance, and offered standing room for hardly 30 people free from giddiness. Our centurion did not take well to that, and he said, "The view is indescribably glorious indeed, but the sheer drop in all directions and uneven plateau take away my immense pleasure." Say I, friend, sit down if you feel dizzy, and the rest of you do the same. I shall myself remain standing. Says the chief, Sitting down sounds all right, but where? Verily, the view is glorious, and one overlooks all Galilee and a large portion of Judea. One can even see into the Samaritan land. But the inhospitable height and fear of a possible fall miserably spoils my super pleasure. I know that nothing can happen to me, yet I fear. Why this? Say I. Your fear stems from your not comprehending the impossibility of a fall right now. Look at my beloved Jarrah there. She is bounding about as merrily as a chamois, mountain goat, whilst her sisters and even my Ebal stand there pale with fear. Yet no abyss has swallowed her up yet, because she is full of the firmest faith that nothing can happen to her in my presence. Let you all have the same firm faith, and you shall be cheerful like her. Says the chief, under whose right foot a stone he had used for support loosened somewhat. Here a falcon whose wings secure him against falling may gain a firm faith indeed. But a human like me, under whose feet one rock after another loosens, cannot with the best of will attain to a Jarrah-like faith. I would only have to try one Jarrah-like bound upon this hardly 4 by 100 metres plateau, and I would soon be lying crushed somewhere below. Oh, if only I found myself back below again! Here Jarrah jumps over to the chief, saying, "But Julius, I beg you not to be fearful. Nothing can possibly happen to you. The Lord has led us here over the steepest walls. We actually only floated past the walls through the air, for no man has ever accomplished such journey. Yet what has happened to any one of us despite of such unheard of scaling of this bare and perpendicular rock giant? But if we came up over the most dangerous parts so well, how should we now start fearing as if it really were possible to fall down anywhere? Dear Julius, go and be more cheerful, for my sake. Behold, I am unable to look at such fearful and sad face." Here the little one wants to take the centurion by the hand, to conduct him around a little, but the chief shouts, "Get back! 3 paces off, you little witch! You came close enough just then to thrust me over the walls with your mischievous leap. Oh, I know you well. Normally you are an unusually good, dear, and even wise girl. But sometimes a capricious mischief gets hold of you, and there I say, 3 paces off. I usually like you a lot, but here at 4,000 metres, 2,000 men's heights, altitude, you have to constantly keep 3 paces away from me. You have spoken rightly and wisely, but I can't help my dizziness at such heights. I know and believe that nothing will happen to any of us, yet I nevertheless cannot rid myself of this troublesome dizziness, and hence you must not play jokes with me." Says Jarrah, "Ah, what do you think? How could you even remotely suspect me of playing jokes with you? Behold, I am simply over-convinced that here nothing can happen to me or you, and leapt over to you, fearful one, so pluckily to lift you up. How can you bear me such ill will and call me a witch? Behold, most beloved Julius, that also was not very nice of you." Here tears fill the little one's eyes. On noticing this, the centurion regrets shouting Jarrah down, saying, Now, make friends. Down below we shall stroll together over nice lawns again, but the space is too tight, and I am not to blame for my tiresome dizziness." Says Jarrah, "Dizziness is a sickness too." The Saviour of all Saviours is here. He to whom it was possible to heal so many hundreds from their sickness shall also be capable of freeing you from dizziness. Ask him, and he shall heal you. Says the centurion, Ah, look, my dear Jara, here you did a better job than before. This was a better leap than your previous one, when you nearly pushed me over the walls. And look, this your advice I shall follow forthwith. Hereupon the centurion turned to me, saying, Lord, free me from my fear and dizziness of the head. Say I to Ebal, Give me a beaker of wine. Ebal at once passed me a small skinful and a beaker. I filled the beaker and gave it to the chief with the words, Here, take and drink, and it shall be better with your giddiness. The chief took the beaker and drank. When he had emptied it, all fear and giddiness left him, and he cheered up completely, letting himself be walked around the mountain by Jara, and able quite smugly to look down the steepest cliff faces. When the others had all noticed this on the chief, they asked me for liberation from their tedious fear, and I had wine passed to them all. And the height suddenly came to life, a public park. One lot were taking in the lands, another was singing psalms, a third were looking over the walls to find a possible return path. But since no such spot could be discovered, even whilst the sun was already nearing its setting, the disciples in particular came and said, Lord, another half hour and the sun will be set. What then upon this height? Say I, This is not your concern. Whoever believes shall this night see God's glory shine upon this height. We remain here. On hearing this, they silenced, looking for secure resting places. But the centurion also came and asked me whether we would be returning soon, as the sun was close to setting. But I said to him what I said to the disciples, and he was content therewith, and sat down upon a solid, fairly level rock. Only Jara was saying, as the sun began to touch the horizon, Lord, you my love, we are not perhaps going to already return home from this charming height. Here I would so much like to see the sun rise. Say I, we are staying the night, and only betake ourselves home on Sabbath morning. But like all the others, you shall see God's glory shine throughout the night. This so enraptured the little one that she sank at my feet in a kind of swoon, which, however, quickly left her. Chapter 74. About the nature of fear. When the sun had gone down, however, a very cool and hefty wind began to blow from a midnight direction, so that all began to fear anew, and the centurion said, Well, if this wind continues to grow in intensity, then it may in the end still thrust us down into the abyss, whilst its considerable nip is not too pleasant either. Say I, Let the wind blow, for this is its hour. But remember that it is not the master of him who created it through his will, holding it fast and letting it blow when he wills it. With this explanation, the chief was happy, laying himself down firmly on the ground nonetheless, with the others following his example. Only Jarrah stood firmly by my side and said, "But Lord, why is it that these people are so frightened? For they have surely been taught by many signs that you also are master of all the elements. This intrigues me especially about your own disciples. Oh, it would be different if you were not here. But since you are here yourself, it amazes me quite a bit. Lord, if it please you, then tell me the reason for this phenomenon." Say I, "Behold, this is the world in their intestines, not fully cleared out yet. Were this fully excluded, as in your case, then, like yourself, they would not fear and would not be capable of fearing, since the Spirit is sufficiently powerful to make all nature subject to itself. Behold, we now stand upon a mountain top never before trodden by man. As you can see, the cliff faces are so steep in all directions that they are not in a natural way passable either up or down. You saw how, after we scaled half the mountain with natural strength, all possibility to climb the perpendicular walls disappeared. The chief and the others asked, "What now?" But I climbed ahead over the walls with you, and all followed us without the least fatigue. How was that possible? Behold, the Spirit within man made this possible. During that time I awoke the spirits in all of them, and these carried their flesh hulls up to this height. Since their spirits were not, however, accustomed to such activity yet, when I loosened my grip on them somewhat, they went over into their bodies again for rest, resulting in the physical bodies filling with fear. Had the Spirit within their hearts remained fully awake, however, then they would not fear, for the Spirit would itself have filled the soul with the most lucent confidence and put the most living conviction into the heart that all of nature must be subject to it. But since, on account of the old world, a portion of which their souls still bore within them, this could not yet permanently take place, their soul is still troubled by some of the worldly fear which you still perceive with them here. The soul lives itself either through a wrong direction into her flesh, or through a right direction into her spirit, which is always one with God, like the light is one with the sun. If such a soul lives into its flesh, which in itself is dead, and only for a certain time, if the body is not harmed, receives a life from the soul in everything becomes one with its flesh. When the soul lives gradually more and more into the flesh, so as to finally become fully flesh itself, then she is also overcome by the feeling of destruction, which is a property of the flesh. And this feeling is then the fear which finally makes man in all things absolutely incapable and weak. It is, however, an entirely different matter with a person who from his earliest youth lived into his spirit. There the soul forever does not see any possible destruction. Its feeling is akin to the state of its eternally indestructible spirit. It can see and feel no more death, being one with its eternally live spirit, who is Lord over all the visible natural world, with the result that all fear is far from the still incarnate man. For where there is no death, there is no fear. Hence, man should concern himself as little as possible with the things of the world, so that his soul would become one with the spirit and not the flesh. For what does it profit a man to gain the entire world for his flesh, but suffer exceeding harm in his soul. For all the world which we now see in its wide surrounding, with its passing glories, shall pass like water bubbles, and also this sky with its stars in due course. But the Spirit shall remain forever, together with every one of my words. But it is inexpressibly hard to help people who have firmly settled into the world. For they see and plant their life into the vain things of the world, living in constant fear and being, in the end, utterly unapproachable along spiritual paths. However, if one approaches them along the natural and worldly path, then one not only benefits them nothing, but only fosters their judgment and therewith death of their soul. Who from the world people wants to save his soul must apply a great force to himself and must, as much as possible, start to live in self-denial with regard to worldly things. If he does so diligently and keenly, he then shall save himself and enter into life. If not, then he cannot be helped in any way other than great sufferings in things of the world, so that he learns to despise the world and its glories, turning to God and beginning to search out the Spirit within him, to gradually unite with it. I say unto you, the blessedness of the world is the death of the soul. Tell me now, my most beloved Jara, whether you have understood all this. Chapter 75. Christ, moderator between heaven and earth. Says Jara, O Lord, my love, you my life. Due to your grace within me, I have understood all this. But sad it is that mankind cannot or will not understand it. Oh, there shall once be many dead souls. O Lord, make mankind to hear such holy truth, and then to act accordingly. For I shall once suffer boredom living among so many dead in this world. Say I, be consoled, because therefore I myself have come into this world. Until now, there has been a dearth of paved ways, and the heavens were separated from earth. But now a righteous and firm path shall be paved, and the heaven shall be united with the earth, to make easy for everyone to walk the paved road, and along same to reach the nearby heaven. Yet no man shall thereby be hindered in the slightest way in his free will. From now on, everyone striving earnestly shall be able to gain the heavens, something not possible heretofore, there having been too great a chasm between heaven and earth. Yet beware all who, hearing thereof nonetheless, do not care about it. These shall henceforth be worse off than the ancients, who often wanted to but could not. Do you understand that? Says Jara, Lord, I have comprehended it all. The opportunity is good, but man's is free will. They see and taste the world, yet neither see nor taste the heavens. And thus it shall come that many will not want to go along the paved way, and they shall be worse off than before. I say unto you, O Lord, that few shall step out upon the paved road, because the most difficult thing for man is self-denial. Say I, Don't be troubled. The Reformation centres shall be vastly extended, from here even to the beyond. But our company has fallen asleep, one and all, including the centurion. What are we going to do? Lord, says Jarrah, this you will yourself know best. Say I, right you are. Wherefore I let them fall asleep, and in their dream they are going to behold what you shall behold in reality. Take note, soon you shall behold the heavens open, and all the angels shall serve us. Tomorrow this mountain shall get an easily accessible gradient towards the east, and we shall be able to descend along a new natural path down to Gennesaret. Hence pay attention to the scene soon to unfold before your eyes. Upon these words, Jarrah raised her eyes upwards and gazed into the brightly starlit sky. When nothing made an appearance for some time, she said with an especially endearing voice, Lord, you my life and love, nothing is wanting to show itself yet. What will it look like, so that with any potential phenomenon I shall know whether to count it with the one you predicted? Say I, my beloved Jarrah, you have to gaze up with your heart, much rather than with the eyes of your head. Then wondrous things shall soon begin to appear to you in a most brilliant light. Just try it. You shall soon convince yourself that I am always right and that I speak the fullest truth. Upon these my teaching words, Jarrah lifts her heart rather than her eyes upwards, and behold, immediately all heavens open, and countless crowds of God's angels float in the most marvellous splendour of light down to earth and sing, all your heavens show all mercy to the righteous on this earth. For holy is he who stepped onto it for the welfare of those who have fallen, before a sun glowed in the mercy light of God in the depth of eternity. Human children who were begotten by Satan are accepted by him and turned into children of his love. Hence to him belong all honour, glory and praise, for all that he does is well done, good so, and his order is love paired with highest wisdom. Wherefore he alone is holy, supremely holy, and before his name must bend all knees in heaven, on earth, and under the earth. Amen. Chapter 76. The lifting of the Galilean Sea. On hearing such chant, she says enraptured, Here it is hard to tell what is more beautiful and glorious, the word or the most brilliant thousandfold light, or the most beautiful forms of these numberless ethereal choristers. Ah, only now am I forming a concept of what God's heavens really are. Oh, I now would like to actually die and go over to these most beautiful choristers. But if it please you, O Lord, then tell me what these glorious singers actually are. Are they what they actually seem to be? Or are they new beings created by you for this moment? Say I, these are angels, created eons before there was any trace of material creation. Summon one over, and you shall convince yourself that they all are perfectly true beings of their own kind. and I will add that, notwithstanding their light and ethereal appearance, each harbours such strength, power, and might that the smallest and feeblest of them could in one moment destroy the entire earth to the extent of not one dust particle remaining. Now that you know this, call one over and give him a few tests. Says Jara, Lord, this I would not dare, for despite their incomprehensible beauty, I do fear them somewhat. Say I, but little child, did not I just explain to you what fear is? Behold, this you should not fear now, or I would have to think that your heart still harbours some worldliness. Are you not with the Lord, before whom all these beings are bending their knees? Whence your fear then? Says Jara, this is of course only too true, but the unaccustomed sight of such never suspected scene must shake a poor and weak girl's heart to its foundations. But I am going to pull myself together, and you shall see that your Jara can be fearless too. Following these words, she waved to the nearest angel, and the same instantly came floating over to her, saying with the most gentle and tender voice, Jara, glorious daughter of my God, my Lord from eternity, what does your dear and pure heart desire of me? Says Jara, somewhat stunned by the glitter and majesty of the heavenly messenger. Yes, yes, quite so. The Lord whom you see here tells me that each one of you is so wondrously mighty, and I would like to convince myself of it through a test. But what kind of test should I put to you? For I only know what I heard from the Lord Jesus these few days. Says the angel, Hearken, you beautiful flower of the heavens. Here I shall at once help you out of your embarrassment, in the Lord's name. See the extensive and deep sea of Galilee? What if I should lift it out of its wide and deep basin, and then hang it in the air before your limbs and eyes, in the form of a great, free ball of water, for perhaps an hour? Says Jara, that would be immensely wondrous, of course. But where would the dear fish get to, meanwhile, and finally the many ships resting partly upon the shores, but also swimming upon the sea? Says the angel, Let it be my concern that no fish or ship shall come to any harm. If you desire the suggested test, then the task demanded shall instantly float before you. Says Jara, Well, if no being will come to harm, then you may indeed carry it out. Says the angel, Look around you. The sea is empty, and all its water to the last drop is suspended fully in the air, quite visible to your eyes. Jara was about to look into the depth, but with her brow at once came to touch the cold and wet wall suspended right next to the cliff face, and having a diameter of nearly 4,000 fathom, approximately 8,000 meters, the translator. On seeing this, she asked most timidly, But how in the Lord's name was this possible in hardly a thinkable moment? And is the sea really completely free of water? Says the angel, Jara, come with me and convince yourself. Says Jara, How is this going to be possible? Says the angel, If it was possible to lift the heavy mass of water up in a moment, then it should also be possible for me to bring you to the deepest bottom of the sea in a most rapid moment, and then back just as quickly. But you need to be willing, otherwise I can do nothing. For we respect a spark of man's free will more than all the God-given strength and might. Hence you need first to desire it, and I shall act accordingly. Says Jara, "Well then, convince me." That very moment she found herself upon the dust-dry, deepest seabed, and the angel picked up a most beautiful pearl oyster from the seabed, giving it to Jara for remembrance and for the others as instruction, who, physically asleep, nonetheless received all this through dream visions. When Jara had hardly put the oyster away in her big apron pocket, the angel asked her, "Do you now believe that all the water of this sea is contained in the big ball floating above us, and that its basin is completely dry?" Says Jara, Sure, I would have believed you anyway. But now please return me up to the Lord quickly, for without him I die in a moment." The latter word was hardly uttered, and dear Jara stood by my side upon the height. And I asked her how she liked it and what she thought of it. Says Jara, "I know only too well that all things are possible to you. But how through your will such power can reside also in the angels will be an enigma even to the angel, let alone me telling you a reason. It is fully wondrous to the highest degree, yet I cannot comprehend it." Say I, "There you answered quite rightly, but you shall with time also in your heart discover how such things are possible to God. But how do you like the angel?" Chapter 77. Testing Jara's Love. Says Jara, "He is indeed an indescribably beautiful person, since he looks like a human. But next to yourself, O Lord, all angels in heavens with all their light and beauty of form are as nothing. For you yourself alone are all their beauty. I would still not be able to love any of them." Say I, "But am I, as you see me here, actually more beautiful than this angel? Look, my work-worn hands, my strongly tanned skin, and my age surely are not attractive. Whereas this angel is armed with everything that the heavens would and could call beautiful." Says Jara, "Lord, the external is nothing to me if the inner is not akin to your heart, for you alone are the Lord." Say I, "But out of the angels everywhere radiates my love and wisdom undisguisedly, which completely resembles me in everything. If, however, you love me only on account of my love, and I am nevertheless the Lord, then I don't see why you can't love this angel like myself, since he surely is only put together by my love and wisdom." Says Jara, "Lord, you my love, my life. All men are composed out of these two life elements, and yet I cannot love them all like yourself. I do of a truth love all people, and most of all the needy, and always do everything I can with my feeble strength to procure help for the poor. Yet I cannot love them like yourself. And after that fashion I also love this angel. Notwithstanding, my heart and my life belong only to you. Only if you, O Lord, were to reject my pure love towards you, then I would get very sad. But I would think, He, the purest, the holiest, was not able to consider your still much too impure love as worthy of himself, and hence rejected it. After these words, the little one begins to cry, saying amid sobs, "And that's how it will be. I dared to go too far with my love, and in my naivety did not consider who he is that my heart seized so heftily. Wherefore your supremely holy love gently rejects my still far too unholy love, giving me an angel who is to purify my heart and raise my love to greater holiness. It grieves me mightily indeed, yet I know that you alone are the Lord, and thus I intend to bear all that you intend imposing on me." Say I, "Oh, my dear one, why such empty reproach for your love? He who does not love me as you do, loving anything in the world more than me, is not worthy of my love. But you, whose heart all the angels of heaven cannot turn away from me, already loves me, your God and Lord, like the angels of heaven, and hence have been already, for long, a supremely beautiful angel, with whom I am myself in love beyond all measure. Come over here unto my heart, and obtain recompense for this little test." With these words, the little one is fully healed again, and cuddles as close up to me as possible. Speak the angel, "O bliss of all bliss! What are all the heavens besides the sight of such love? We perfect spirits have indeed enjoyed so endlessly many pleasures that no tongue could announce their number. Yet all the enjoyed supreme pleasures are less than a dewdrop compared to when you, O most holy Father, take your little child upon your arm and press it to your holiest heart with visible, most intense love. Oh, what unmentionable bliss this your little child must not feel." Say I, "Yes, it is exceeding bliss for the little one, but also for myself. But you shall yourselves also enjoy it when it shall have been accomplished, and when you shall have supped at the table of my children. But now let the water back into its basin. Thereafter this my little child shall appoint you another task." And, inclining my mouth toward Jarrah's enamoured little head, "Isn't that so, my Jarrah? You are going to help me give my angel a few more jobs yet." Says the little one with an exceedingly love-willing, childlike, innocent and gentle voice, "Indeed, out of my love for you, with immeasurable pleasure. You need only to utter it, and I cast myself into any fire out of my love for you, as also over the walls of this mountain into the sea, if it is down below again." Say I, "And yet no fire of the earth would burn or destroy you, because you have already yourself become full of the strongest and mightiest fire. Nor could stones or water harm you, for your nature within my order is more solid than a diamond, and your feelings gentler than all the waters of heaven. In short, you have somehow grown into my heart, and I hence put you at liberty to command my angel to carry out something as if commanded by myself. Hence think of some job, and tell the angel, who is tarrying longingly to receive a command from your heart, whatever you desire, and it shall all be carried out instantly." Says Jarrah, "My dear messenger from the heavens, if it can happen without damage, then in the Lord's name, please make it, that this mountain, being too hard to scale in the natural way, have an easily negotiable path, without danger upwards or downwards, and also towards the sea, normally accessible only to birds. The angel only executes a delicate bow before little Jara, saying, "Ah, you most glorious commander in the Lord's name! Just look around you in every mountain direction, and you are bound to be happy with me. Behold, sometimes we are slow in action, but if necessary, then faster than lightning." Chapter 78. The Angel's Power, Visiting a Star. Thereupon the angel takes Jara to every side of the mountain, and she is persuaded that although the mountain has not lost in height, it nevertheless can now be climbed from every side without danger, and especially facing away from the sea, where it falls gently. Having convinced herself, Jara says, "The thing is so amazing that I begin mistrusting my senses, having to think I am asleep and dreaming. Could you let me in a little on how such was possible to you? Earlier you lifted up the entire sea, keeping it afloat as a droplet in the air. And now you have made the steep mountain accessible from all sides, and all this in a most rapid moment. How is this possible to you? You never left your position, yet all this was carried out. Ah, this is too much for me, little earthworm." Says the angel, "Right now you cannot of course grasp this as yet, but a time shall soon come when all this shall be as clear as the sun in broad daylight. But this much I can say unto you, that out of ourselves we angels can do nothing, but only through the one and only almighty will of the Lord, whom you love so much. Behold, all the world and all the heavens are but thoughts and ideas, held in place by the most unshakably firm will of God. If he retracts his ideas and dissolves his thoughts, then the visible creature passes instantly. If, however, the Lord seizes upon a new thought, holding it fast within his almighty will, then the creature is there at once, visibly. Ask Jara, "Well, what in that case is there for you to do?" Says the angel, "We are purely receptacles of the divine will, and thereafter the executioners of same. Behold, we are, so to speak, the wings of the divine will, and are therefore, in fact, the divine will itself. And only the faintest thought of us combined with the power of the divine will, then the task is already completed, and thus such speed with our actions. Do you see yonder bright star towards the east? Behold, if a paved road led there from here, then verily, the earth does not have the number of grains of sand for the number of years a bird would need to reach it, let alone a man running. Yet for me, it is possible to get there in a moment. You shall not notice my absence, yet I shall nevertheless be there and back. Do you believe me?" Says Jara, "Why should I not believe you such? But there can of course be not talk of my being convinced, because I would not want to make a journey with you there like to the seabed." Says the angel, "But why not? Are not all things possible to God? If it pleases the Lord, it doesn't matter to me. That no harm shall come to you, I vouch for, together with all the countless angels you see shining brilliantly on all sides. Says Jarrah to me, Lord, is this indeed possible? Say I, in this angel's arms indeed. You can, if you want to, hand yourself over to him, and in a few moments you shall be back here with me, well preserved. But fetch yourself a souvenir from there as well. With these words, Jarrah assigns herself to the angel, saying, Behold, I have the courage. Carry me there if you can. Thereupon the angel picked Jarrah off the ground, and pressing her fervently to his bosom, disappeared. In 10 seconds he was back here with Jarrah, who had a stone in her apron which shone as brightly as the morning star in its most brilliant light. On recovering somewhat from her amazement, Jarrah asked me, Oh, Lord, are all these countless stars what yonder star is, which I have now actually beheld with my physical eyes, or the eyes of my feelings? For that certainly is a vast world. This world compared to that one now seems like a snail shell compared to this mountain. Also humans, completely perfect humans, living in unspeakably huge yet marvellously constructed temples there are also in yonder outsize and grand world. But these people are so colossal that they would exceed this mountain at least threefold if standing at the sea below. Thus everything in yonder world is 1,000 times 1,000 bigger than here. We stood upon an exceedingly high mountain and beheld a never-ending area in all directions. This was crisscrossed in all directions by the most marvellous streams, whose waves played in continuously changing, freshest colours of the rainbow. The soil was built up with the most magnificent gardens and temples. The next moment we found ourselves with the temples below, seeing the huge people and their much bigger dwelling temples. These people are good to look at from a distance, but at close range they resemble moving mountains. I would have had to put a very high ladder up against the small toe of such a person there to climb it. In short, I could be telling you all my life about what I saw there in just a few moments. But this would mean blubbering the time away which you, O Lord, have allocated for something better. Only this I want to find out from you, whether these countless stars also are worlds like the one I saw. Say I, Yes, my child, and that much bigger and glorious ones. But tell me, are you now firmly convinced that you were upon yonder star with body and soul in these few moments? Says Jarrah, Lord, my love and my life, we flew there in 4 short stages. Right up to the 4th stage the star had the appearance of stars. But with the 4th stage it became as big as our sun by day. From there it took only the shortest moment before we were in yonder magnificent world. From the mountain peak where we found ourselves first, I loosened a little stone from the ground, as suggested by the angel. It is this shining lump, and took it as evidence that I really was there. More I cannot tell you about my actually being there. Chapter 79. The Inner Way of Viewing the Creation. Say I, that is quite sufficient. But I shall now show you another manner how a person perfected in his heart can travel the stars without being removed from this earth by even a hair's breadth. But one cannot, by that method, so easily take a stone back here as evidence. Now, have you memorized the star to which you have travelled? Says Jara, Yes, Lord. Say I, Well then, imagine it fervently in your heart. Look in its direction with your eyes for a while steadily, and tell me how it shall impress itself upon you in a few moments. Jara immediately does so, saying after a few moments, Lord, Lord my God, my love, I now see it, the fourth stage of our flight there. It now is getting constantly larger, and its light only just bearable. Ah, this is a dreadfully powerful light, but is fortunately not hurting the eyes. Oh, now the entire firmament is a shockingly powerful, exceedingly mighty sea of light. Oh God, how wonderful are your works! Yet you are walking in the flesh as a totally unpretentious person among the human worms of this earth. Oh, now I am upon the same mountain again, seeing the same region with its glories upon glories. I am seeing the same temple again, the same people and their beautiful gardens, and I am seeing beautiful flowers as well. But the smallest of them is bigger than a house on earth. This one I could actually pick for remembrance. Ah, but now I'm seeing also all kinds of animals, and also the most beautiful birds, although they are terribly huge. On the vast trees there hang exceptionally huge fruits, and I notice a couple of people in a garden reaching after them with their hands, and also actually putting them in their mouth. Now, on this earth, such a pear, or whatever, would suffice 1,000 people for a year of eating. Say I, Now pay attention. You shall come to a kind of city of that world. Tell me how you like it. Jara clasps her hands together above her head, quite screaming from a kind of charm, saying, But for your most holy name's will, this is a magnificence that no man's heart could have ever dreamt of yet. Oh, it is indescribable. What temple rows, what colonnades, what cupolas. No, such splendor, grandeur, and glory. Lord, I beg you to take me back, or this unmentionable superabundant glory would kill me. Say I, All right, so close your eyes and think of me and the earth, and all shall be well again. Jara does so and sees her stars as star again. On collecting herself a little, she asks me, Lord, did the angel perhaps also show me yonder star the way you showed me? Because I saw it much better than before, and yet was there only spiritually, as it were. I think the good angel shifted me only a little from here for appearance's sake, and then showed me the star the same way. Say I, No, the angel carried out your wish completely. But such was possible only with yourself, because your heart is overfull with love. With any other person, This would have been completely impossible to carry out. And were an angel to do this with an ordinary worldly person, which he could easily do, then just the approach of an angel would kill the worldly person instantly. But earlier you asked me whether all the stars are such worlds, and I said yes. Now, my most beloved Jara, if you want it, then convince yourself along the same lines. Behold, if a worldly young man courts a young bride, making her his chosen one, then he discloses all his treasures to her, in order to win the favours of her who loves his heart even more. For should she not desire him for his own sake, then she might accept him for the sake of his great treasures. And behold, I am now doing the same before you, that in the hour of the world's temptation once, you would not fall away from my treasures, that you might see that I am not a man without means, the way the exterior seems to suggest itself to mankind. Look, I simply am now your beloved one, and hence show you a little of my immense possessions. Says Jara, Lord, my life, if I were to sight another star to just guard against some inconstancy in my love of you, then I would be sorry to have viewed the one star. For you alone are endlessly more to me than all the countless stars and their magnificence. Verily, in order to love you above everything, I need nothing eternally but you. But out of love for you alone, nevertheless, I gladly, if you so desire it, view also the wonders of your might and wisdom. Say I, hearken, my most beloved Jara, I see into your heart indeed, and read how much you love me, knowing also your faithfulness. But right now you are still a child rather than a grown-up maiden. You have until now been under perpetual protection of my angels, and the world's wicked spirits could not approach you. When, however, you shall be riper of years, then you shall have to resist the evil world and its cravings from your own strength, in order to, therefrom out of yourself, win firm ground for the unchangeable order I have set for all my beings, upon which alone you shall truly be able to approach me in spirit and in truth. And behold, there the world has great power over man, because the world is for the greater part dominated by hell, and it takes many hard struggles for the soul in order not to be swallowed by its own flesh and blood, and therefore by the world. Your shape is a very beautiful one. Soon worldly youths shall cast their eyes upon you, offering you heart and hand, and it shall be difficult for you to deal with them. When that time comes, however, then think of me in your heart, and of all that you had heard and seen upon this height, and victory over the world will be light for you. Says Jara, somewhat saddened, but it would have been clear to you from eternity whether I would be capable of becoming unfaithful to you. And if you can see a future faithlessness in me, how can you love me? And can you permit a future sinner to approach you? Say I, that, my most beloved Jara, is still too lofty for you. But out of my especially great love for you, I nevertheless say unto you, behold, I can indeed know everything that will take place with a person from eternity, if I want to know it. But in order for man to be capable in his maturity to act completely freely without hindrance, I divert my eyes from him for a certain period, taking no notice of his free action, unless he fervently asks me to help him with his voluntary struggle with the world. Whereupon I cast a glance after him, help him to the right path, and provide him with the necessary strength for his struggle with the world. So behold, I don't want to look into your future either, so that you remain free in your action. But that is why I teach you now, so that at the time of temptation you would remember it actively. At that time the guardian angel also shall leave you to yourself. Once you shall have defeated the world out of your own power, however, he shall return to you again and serve you in all things. Have you, my most beloved Jara, understood me at least a little? Chapter 80. School for Self-Denial in the Beyond. Says Jara, I have understood it indeed, but the thing nevertheless is very sad for me and all humans, because hardly 1 out of 1,000 shall have the full strength to confront the world in the way it pleases you. Say I, this nevertheless is why I have come into the world, so that through my doctrine and deeds I place the means with which he can easily overcome the world into every man's hand. Says Jara, this would be all right, but there are upon the earth immense numbers who may not hear of your word, even in 1,000 years. How will these guard against the world during such long periods? They surely are as much humans as we Jews. Say I, it is with the nations of this earth, as with a father's children individually. Some, born into the world sooner than others, are brought up differently by the Father than those who have hardly come to see the world's light 3, 4, or 5 years ago. The eldest son has already become a man of strength, and a daughter become of childbearing age. Besides that, there are a couple of children of your age, whilst 3 are still being weaned. Tell me whether it would be wise of the father if he were to treat the children in the cot the same way he treats the strong, grown-up son. Says Jara, this would of course be very foolish of such a father. Say I, well then, see, that is why some nations come to my doctrine only later. They are not ripe for it yet, but shall become so at the right time, and my doctrine shall also reach them. Do you understand that? Says Jara, oh indeed, that I understand quite well. But what destiny awaits those nations in the beyond who have not matured yet? Say I, this you shall get to see at once. Look, there towards the midnight sky is a star of a somewhat reddish light. Grasp it into the eye of your emotion as you did with the previous one, directing your physical eye there too, and in that star you shall receive the nicest answer to your question. Jara does so, saying already moments later, O Lord, Almighty Creator of heaven and the worlds, this is a much bigger world still than the previous one. And in what splendid light it is bathed! But the light is bright red tinged, with a little gold, whereas the light of the previous world was pure white. But now the light of this world is getting unbearably intense. Ah, now I have the inhabited land of this world. Oh, here it also is indescribably glorious. What diversity! Cute, gently rising mountains enclosing the most marvellous and fruit-studded valleys. There are sorts of huts visible in the valleys, consisting of only a roof that is supported with well-ordered pillars of a ruby shine. But such huts run in interminable rows uninterruptedly over the mountain crests, and no matter how distant my view, I see nothing other, with every hut resembling the next, like a man's eye the other. As I seem to note, the oval roofs are resting on ruby pillars of about 7 men's heights. But each pillar also is like the next one. Nothing is yet visible of humans or any other living beings, but they would have to be present, for this already the extraordinary cultivation of the vast expanses of lands testifies. But it nevertheless is intriguing that in such an otherwise super-magnificent world, everything resembles itself. One fruit tree resembles another to a hair's breadth, as does one flower another. Everything is set in rows, and one cannot, for anything in the world, find something outside this order. This, of course, all gives a marvellous impression, affording a friendly look, but in the long run such monotony must seem boring to people of our kind. But now I have arrived in front of such a hut, and behold, their people are of our kind inside. One is standing upon a podium preaching, whilst the other 100 listen to him with great reverence. In the adjacent hut I see more people, in pleated apparel, eating at table. Yet around the eating ones there are a lot standing who seem to be plagued by hunger, yet receive nothing to eat. Ah, in the third hut I am seeing some really beautiful lasses. They are standing around stark naked, having a good time with worthless-looking men, moving up and down. In the background a great number of seemingly lust-filled youths are massing, beckoning the beautiful girls over, but the youths are receiving no attention and are not too happy about it. Ah, these are peculiar domestic arrangements. As much as one hut may resemble another externally to a hair's breadth, as much do the occupations inside appear to differ, and this surely is strange. But if in this immense world things are universally as in the area I just beheld, then I prefer our little earth, except for the wicked people. Say I, all that you are seeing now is only a school and exercise house in self-denial and overcoming of self. Move on with the eyes of your feelings, and something different will show itself to you. Jara does so, and shrieks so loudly that the deeply slumbering ones nearly were woken, had not my will sunk them back to sleep. I asked Jara what made her shriek like that. Says Jara, "Oh Lord, the splendour and the majesty there again surpasses everything that human sense ever could grasp. Here a palace stands as huge and high as the highest and biggest mountain on earth. The walls are all of precious stones. 1,000 upon thousands of golden stairways and galleries decorate this huge palace on the outside, which tapers upwards into a veritable point. The palace right around is sleuthing with the most splendid gardens, within which the sheer diversity constantly challenges the eyes to further admiration. But there are in the gardens also lovely lakes, upon which great artworks are floating, probably for entertainment, but not guided by anyone, and noticed even less. Lord, what is all this supposed to be? Who are the occupants of this huge palace? And what are all these works of art floating upon the beautiful lakes? Chapter 81. A look at stellar world order. Say I, behold, this palace is a chief lecturer's dwelling in this area you have already seen. All yonder school huts are under his supervision, and the objects swimming upon the lakes are employed at certain times for instruction in higher wisdom. But the way this dwelling is, there are many hundreds of thousands just upon the central equator of this light world, besides an enormous number of cities of the greatest variety. Besides this equator, of the smallest variety that you are seeing, there are another 76 additional equatorial belts, of which each has its peculiar setup. This world, like the previous, actually are two suns like the one giving the earth its light, with the difference that the one seen first is 1,000 times bigger than the sun of our earth, whilst the one you are now seeing is 4,000 times so. But our sun is 1,000 times 1,000 times bigger than this whole earth. The men of this earth, nevertheless, still have a completely faulty concept of the earth and the sun and moon and all the stars. But when at a more remote time they learn to calculate more accurately, then they shall also gain more appropriate concepts about the heavenly bodies within the endless space of creation. But you may know that around every such sun, earths like the one we stand on are orbiting at various distances, and that several of these earths have satellites constantly accompanying them, like the moon around our earth. Each sun has as many equatorial belts as the number of related planets it supports. With the exception of the central sun, which are destined for the maintenance and guidance of planetary suns, and are by 1,000 times 1,000 times 10,000 times, that is 10 billion times, bigger than the suns you have now seen. Such central sun no longer is divided into equators, equatorial belts, but into as many zones upon its surface as the terrestrial suns it has to support. That is, suns of our sun's magnitude, where such region then has an area between 1,000 to 10,000 times the surface area of each sun, together with its orbiting planets, areas. The number of Earth suns orbiting a central sun, however, is at least 1,000 times 1,000. A galaxy or galaxy of the first order, the editor. Then, nonetheless, there are central suns around which, in turn, 1,000 times 1,000 of the just mentioned central suns, with all their planetary suns, orbit. A supergalaxy, or galaxy of the second order, the editor. And again, central suns around which central suns of the second type are moving, super galaxy or galaxy of the third order, the editor. And finally, a common central heavenly body situated at the incalculable space depth of a central sun region, having no movement other than that around its own axis. This central body also is a sun, but of such immense magnitude that all the planetary and central suns of the first, second, and third order, together with all the earths and moons orbiting the countless planetary suns, in addition to the thousands of moving comets of all sizes which, as worlds to be, move in irregular trajectories around the planetary suns, in total can't make up even a 100,000th part of the volume of the said main central sun. If same were a hollow sphere, centre of a universe, the editor. Jara, can you now form a concept of what has been said? Says Jara, Lord, who can grasp such immensity? A concept, of course, I can formulate, but it makes me dizzy. I have now had my fill of viewing this sun too, yet still do not comprehend how I should find the answer therein about the immature nations from earth in the great beyond. Say I, well then, withdraw first your eyes from the watched sun, and hearken to me. Says Jara, Lord, it is done. Chapter 82. Development Periods in the Beyond. Say I, then hearken to me. Behold, all such immature people mostly are put on the sun just seen by you, and receive all necessary life instruction in those extensive schools. Thus also deceased little children are instructed in the central equatorial region and reared there, but mainly on the spiritual part of the sun. Upon the sun viewed by you, unripe souls receive another body, but without birth, and this then, together with the soul, becomes spiritual, and can then go over to the purely spiritual. How such souls are transferred there, and by who you have witnessed with your own journey to the first sun. This angel, still standing beside us, however, is the leader and ruler of all the worlds and suns about which I have just been speaking to you. Wherefore, you can see with what power and wisdom he is provided. But all the countless angels whom you now see in endless rows around you have a similar task. Because in the eternal depths there exist, for human concepts, countless such solar world regions. Universes, the editor. Yet, with an above-mentioned main central sun each, and every such region is ruled by one of these angels, you are seeing immense numbers of angels indeed. But this is not even a millionth part of just the great ruler angels, let alone the smaller angels to whose supervision and guidance individual suns and planets and smaller world regions are entrusted. And behold, I nevertheless in my spirit have to constantly care for them all. And was I to drop any of the things shown you from my immutable care, then it would all pass away in the same moment, the greatest like unto the smallest. Would you be able to accomplish this with your spirit? Says Jara, O Lord, how could you ask me such a question? I, a dust particle of this earth, and your spirit, the only eternal Almighty God. Oh, if only the blind Jerusalemites' Pharisees could see that, they would surely have to be of a different mind. But they cannot and will not see it. Hence they shall also perish in their obstinacy and malice. I suppose in the beyond their souls too shall go to that soulless school? Say I, not quite, my most beloved Jarrah, for they don't belong to an immature nation, but a fully ripened one. And souls from a mature nation, once gone over into all malice, come into the depths of the earth, compelled by themselves. For having become totally material, the latter is their element, and they don't want to and can't separate themselves from it. Everything, indeed, the ultimate, is done for them. All tormenting and pain is brought to bear on them to separate them from matter. And where one of them is freed from matter, he is brought to the schools that exist in the spiritual part of this earth. Only then is he transferred to the moon. When he has gone through every level of self-abnegation and grown strong therein, then he is raised to a perfect planet, and there instructed in true wisdom. When such a soul has gone into the right light, only then through such light, if it becomes more and more intense, the warmth of the spiritual life is produced, and the soul begins to unify with its spirit in such a way that in time her whole life turns into love. If the love has then developed into the necessary power and strength, and has gone over into the true inner life flame, it becomes bright and illuminated in such a soul from within. And only then does such a soul reaches the state to be accepted in the actual free world of the blessed spirits, where she will be guided further as from childhood on. But even under favourable conditions, it can take several hundred earth years before a soul materialized on earth reaches that stage. But I read in your heart how you would like to put another question to me. And I say unto you, ask, for your questions are well grounded. But this time, direct your question to the angel standing by our side, and he too shall give you a right answer. Chapter 83. About the measure of the human spirit. Here Jarrah turns to the angel, asking, Your and my Lord has graciously referred me to you, dear and fairest youth, and he said that I should ask you about a certain thing, and that you would give me the right answer. Tell me, therefore, why these my worldly relatives, and also the Lord's disciples, have to sleep, whilst I am awake, and why must I behold this with my physical eyes, and why, according to the Lord, can I behold what they may see and hear only in a dream? Says the angel with the most amicable of voices, You, fairest daughter of the Lord, have gone over completely into the Spirit with your soul, and have hardly any further commonality with the matter of the world. Your physical eye has become the eye of your soul, and your soul eye that of the eternally immortal Spirit. And hence, you are fully located in your life sphere, the way every human should be in actuality. If therefore you take up an ever so distant star or other object into your purest emotion, the latter being the eye of the Spirit, directing your soul's eye through the carnal eye, to what the eye of your spirit beholds, then an inner conflict arises between your spirit's image and the corresponding outer form of the same image. By virtue of this conflict, full enlightenment of the soul occurs in respect of the beheld object, and this then presents itself to you as it is in actuality. And I say unto you fully and truthfully, that all men could do so if they were constituted in their feelings the way you are. But there are very few that equal you. These sleeping ones over there don't match your soul and your feelings. Their soul is still far from looking through their physical eye, whilst the eye of their spirit is still firmly closed. Wherefore their soul must first be enabled to perceive and view the supernatural for attaining to the spiritual on its own, by depriving it of worldly views through first putting the physical eye to sleep. However, the sleep of those resting here is therefore also a sleep of a separate nature, which a person can only very seldom attain in a natural way. Certain psychically and spiritually strong persons can induce such sleep in their weaker brethren through the laying on of hands. But the weaker brethren cannot do so with their equally weak brethren. But you shall not, I trust, by now, still be capable of doubting that the Lord can do so through the power of His will. Says Jara, "May the Lord bless you for the clarifications you have given me, which I have understood quite well. But now another question. Tell me, dear and most fair youth, how should I conceptualize your inexplicable speed?" Says the angel, "Most beloved daughter of God, this is something that only an actual spirit can grasp, as such has nothing to do with time or space. We of ourselves are nothing, and what you see in us with the eyes of the Spirit is God's thought, God's idea, God's word. We hence are pure spirits. No matter can be of any hindrance to us. Since nothing can hinder a live spirit, a hither and thither necessarily are one and the same. Nothing material, therefore, is able to gather a speed like unto ours, since it finds an obstacle even in the most rarefied state, through which its movement is restricted. Within infinite creation space, there exist the central suns of the third magnitude in particular, which immediately are followed by the main central sun. These suns move within diverse, great orbits around the main central sun, with a velocity too immense for your comprehension, for the purpose of keeping to a certain distance from the main central sun. Their orbits are, on account of their great distance from the main central sun, too extended for your comprehension. Imagine this earth, for instance, as a sphere many thousands of times bigger than the portion you can see now, and that it would consist entirely of grains of sand that you have often seen at the coast. Now think of the number of all the tiniest sand grains necessary to make up such a sphere. And for each one of those grains, imagine a distance from here to that star that we visited first. Thereby, you will have the approximate diameter of such orbit. Such an orbit of a sun of magnitude 3 around a main central sun does, of course, take 1,000,000 years at the least. But in such an immensely extended orbit, such a sun must in a moment cover a distance 1,000 times from here to the star we first visited. You will of course think, if so, then such sun is moving 1,000 times faster than yourself as a pure spirit. For had we flown to yonder star at such velocity, then we should have been there 1,000 times faster than with your spiritual speed. Here I say unto you, that the immense velocity of such sun compared to my spiritual one is none the less that of a snail. For behold, in spite of the incomprehensible speed to you, yonder sun still needs 1,000,000 years in its orbit around the main central sun, whereas I, or some other spirit of my calibre, can transit such distance in a moment so brief that you shall not be able to gauge in any sense the time between my departure and return. And I could in the same moment indeed cover an orbit many millions of times greater than that. There is therefore a limitless difference in speed between that of a spirit and that of ever so greatly speeding matter, notwithstanding any degree of further acceleration of the latter. For even if any matter covers the distance from here to yonder star in a moment, it still needs a second moment for a second such distance. And if matter covers 100,000 times such distance in a moment, then it shall need 10 such moments for 10 such distances, whereas I can cover any imaginable distance in one and the same moment. And behold, I and every spirit of my variety can do this, because there is not the minutest obstacle for us in all of eternal infinity. Matter, on the other hand, finds all kinds of resistance, even in the most rarefied outer space, and can therefore never reach the velocity of a spirit. Tell me now, fairest daughter of God, whether you have comprehended this to any degree. Chapter 84. About real spiritual greatness. Says Jara, I have indeed, with the help of this my Lord, comprehended it, yet I have once again begun to get dizzy, because I have become fully convinced that a created spirit would take an eternity to familiarize himself with just one such main central sun, of which, after what you have said, their number within eternal endless space is countless for human comprehension, each one of which is the carrier, or rather, regent to 3 magnitudes of central and planetary suns within endless orbits, whose numbers no mortal spirit could grasp. If, however, each such immense main central sun would take an eternity for a natural spirit to explore, what time span would he need to explore all the countless others? Oh, it would not be clever of me to want it. I shall do well to stay at home within my love, thinking such a sun is indeed something immensely big, and powerful testimony of the Lord's endless wisdom and eternal might. And yet it is nevertheless not able, like I am, to see, understand, and love its God and Creator above all. And behold, this, in my opinion, is vastly more than to be such an endlessly huge sun at some immeasurable depth of endless creation space. And who is to know whether the Lord perhaps loves me as much as such huge sun? Behold, fairest youth, this our earth could be regarded as hardly a discernible dust particle upon such exceedingly huge sun. Yet the Lord, upon whose feeblest breath the countless main central suns depend, is treading upon its ground. I therefore think that which in endless creation space takes up a hardly measurable part is not necessarily the greatest in the eye of the Lord, but rather what is internally big. What am I as a child, in physical size, compared to our small earth? And yet in my breast I feel a space that could quite easily accommodate all your main central suns with all their auxiliary suns and planets. My small eye, with one glance, overlooks 1,000 stars. One can ask whether all the big suns are imbued with such ability. Am I not right? Say I again. You are completely right, and it is so. And you yourself outweighing 1,000 solar regions which illuminating endless creation space. Nevertheless, it is always good for man that he knows my works, to increase his love for me, his Father. But now it begins to dawn, and we shall start waking up our friends. But they must be woken up gradually. You must not, however, relate any of what was seen until given a hint by myself, and now also by your angel, whom I intend leaving you visibly, however in a different garb, until your maturity. Let the other angels nevertheless become invisible again. Be it so. All except the one angel, whose name was Raphael, disappear, and this one was now dressed in Nazarene style. On seeing Raphael dressed so, she says to him, "Good, this way I like you better than in your previous heavenly glory. For this way you now fully resemble a human, and I shall be most tender towards you. Only it will be asked, who will take over your guidance of the worlds meanwhile?" Says the angel, "Do not trouble yourself over it, fairest daughter of God, since I can always be here and there and everywhere without you missing me, except an occasional few moments, which is neither here nor there. I shall, in my event, always rush back to you, for you have become more to me than all the countless suns, some of which we may still have a chance to visit together. But now the Lord wants to awaken our brethren, and we need to be quiet." Says Jara, "Yes, indeed, I'm pleased to comply, and already quiet as a mouse." Chapter 85. The disciples are woken from sleep. Say I to Raphael, "Go and awaken first my Simon Judah, Peter." Raphael awakens Peter, and same looks about in astonishment, saying after a while, "Have I been really asleep? It seemed to me as if I had been wide awake all night. But now I see that I slept very well. But I had such wonderful dreams as I hardly remember ever having before. Verily, Lord, these dreams could not have been just empty frothing." Say I, "Look about you a little. Maybe you discover some change in the mountain, which you are sure to have dreamt about as well." Peter glances in every direction and says, "Oh, Lord, of a truth, this I saw in the dream, and, look, in every direction, the vivid dream has come true." Peter was about to say more, but I said to him, "Wake the other disciples before you continue." And Peter did so. The disciples rose from the ground and were utterly astonished that they only now realized they had slept, whereas it seemed to them in their soul that they had been fully awake throughout the night, seeing unheard of things. But Judas said, "I still don't believe that I slept. For did I not discuss things with you, and you would not let it pass, saying, all these wonders shall not prevent you from betraying us all for a few pieces of silver, which made me furious enough to want to cast you into the sea over the cliff. But there my Thomas grabbed me and tore me back to the ground. Tell me, Brother Simon, do you really not remember anything about it? Says Peter, Not a syllable. I can't even remember dreaming about you. Say I, Look about you a little and see whether quite a few things you dreamt did not become reality. The disciples start moving in every direction of the plateau, followed by astonishment over astonishment, with Andrew saying, We have already, in the short half-year past, seen and heard so much of the miraculous that it hardly seems possible for anything still more miraculous to manifest. Yet once again, our senses are confounded, stiff and dumb. Our dream visions became reality. I saw the angel mentioned by Jakob, who first raised all the sea water to the height, making it into a huge droplet in mid-air. And with my own eyes, I saw the dust-dry seabed, and the beautiful pearl mussel that Jakob picked off the ground, and then hid in her apron. And how afterward, upon the fairest daughter of God's request, the angel made this mountain easy of access from every direction in a split second. And behold, all this is now here in reality. With what words and pure deeds, therefore, should we begin to praise our Lord and Master? Where is the angel that can put the glowing thoughts into our hearts which we should find worthy of him? Oh, we are now nothing before him, the Almighty God. Our fathers trembled below Sinai when, under lightning and thunder, upon the flaming mountain, he gave Moses the holy commandments of love. And on coming down from the mountain, Moses' visage shone more brightly with God's majesty than the midday sun, and he had to hang a threefold cover over his face, so that the people could approach him. The hallowed seers of the Lord prophesied long afterwards, if after prior preparation their head was only briefly covered with Moses' veil, and we still marvel today at their profound wisdom. And here is he himself who thundered upon Sinai. Sinai became glowing embers under the tread of his feet, and we are capable of staying cold in his almightiest presence like a severe winter's light. Hence let us up and over to him, for he alone is supremely holy. To him alone all honour, glory, love and worship. To this, Andrew's exhortation, all the disciples were spurned unto love-glowing zeal, except Judas, who called Andrew an eccentric braggart. And they stepped over to me, bringing me a glowing hosanna for morning greeting. Chapter 86. Jared's Eulogy. This loud singing awakens all the other sleeping ones, who immediately chime in with the disciples, and I let them do so to their heart's content. And Jared hugged my feet, weeping with exceeding joy and happiness. After crying from joy at my feet for half an hour, and after the disciples had ended their morning greeting, the little one straightened up, saying with foreboding voice, O earth, when shall you be this fortunate again, to be trod upon by these feet? Do you, dumb mother of vice, feel who is he that treads you now? No, you don't feel it, and you can't feel it, for you are too dead and too small. How should you be able to grasp what is too unthinkable big and holy, even for unending space, with its countless myriads of beings? Where should I begin and where finish to sing his glory even in a dewdrop? For it is he, God the Eternal, who created the dewdrop as much as he did yonder colossal worlds of light. O Lord, O my God, annihilate me, for never shall my heart be able to contain the fervent love for you. When I had not yet known your glory, I loved you as a most perfect man. I indeed divined the godly pure spirit within you, and my heart loved this Holy Spirit in you inexpressibly. Yet I still thought of you as a son of the Most High. But now all this has assumed a different aspect. You yourself are the Most High. Besides you, there is no other. Hence forgive this tiniest worm of the dust that dared in its hereditary blindness to love you as a human. Say I, my little child, there is nothing to forgive. Stay with this love. For I say unto you all, he who does not love me like you, my most beloved Jara, have loved me, such one's love shall not receive my regard. He who does not love God as the most perfect man can love his neighbour, who is still an imperfect human, even less. If, however, it is written that God created man to his image, what should God be then, if man is in his image, other than also, albeit a most perfect, man? Or do I look different from a man, because you have, my little one, seen a couple of droplets of my glory? Says Jara, Oh no, you still look the same, nor has my heart changed. Indeed, I wish that I had you wholly in my heart, with all its pining. I would like to embrace you firmly enough for my arteries to burst, never to let you go. Yes, I would cover your visage with countless kisses and never cease kissing you. In short, I cannot express all that I would like to do out of love for you. You nevertheless are the holiest, highest divine being, and in my heart I think myself far too unworthy to love you as if you were a human. Yet I can think back and forth as much as I like, yet my heart takes no account thereof, and only loves you mightier than before. Say I, that is quite right so. Let your soul always follow the impulse of your heart, kindling a bright flame therein, and it shall brighten your entire soul. God's Spirit shall rise within it like a sun, and only in its light and life heat shall God's seed sprout and provide the soul with the fruits of life for eternity. But God's Spirit within man cannot be awoken other than through love, and out of such love the love of neighbour. Therefore, continue to tarry in your love, for this is worth more to me and yourself than all the glories you beheld with your eyes. But now we shall hear the others too, and what impression this night made upon them. Chapter 87. The substance of the collective dream. The centurion starts to cautiously rise from the ground, saying, Lord and Master, all thanks to you, first of all, for still being alive upon this height. How easily I would have dropped to the depth by just turning over 3 times, which would have been the eternal end of my miserable life in this world. But I still live, and that on the same spot where I took my rest yesterday. And this I have only you to thank, and hence thank you from the depth of my heart. But I would also beg you most sincerely that you would cause myself and the others to get to Gennesaret well preserved from this shocking height. and that as soon as possible, because there can be no talk of good mood in me for as long as my thoughts are dwelling upon the descent. Say I, did you, my dear friend, dream nothing this night? Says the centurion, yes, indeed, nearly forgot the most glorious dream for all my fear. Well, if this mountain were the way I dreamt it last night, then it would of course be a joy to climb it even 1,000 more times. But a dream remains a dream. Says Ebal, standing next to him, not at all. Friend, I say unto you that this time our collective dream has assumed fullest reality. Get up and walk around the peak edges, and you shall be convinced that our mountain slopes off gently, even towards the sea, being without the least danger for climbing, down as well as upwards. I have already convinced myself, and am telling the fullest truth. Come and be convinced yourself. Says the chief, it's not going to be a delusion? Answers Ebal, if I and my wives and children already walked upon this delusion in every direction, then your delusion is surely going to have some firm ground. Come, get off the ground and be convinced of it all. The centurion finally gets up, looks around, and as a start finds even the shelf greatly enlarged, saying, indeed, I really do see how during the night vast alterations have most miraculously taken place. But go ahead of me over the new ground, so I can be sure it really is solid. Says Ebal, friend, notwithstanding your normally high esteem, your constant addiction to doubt starts to make you repulsive. Does my word mean nothing to you any more? When did I ever speak an untrue word to you, that you should place no store by my word? Come, test it yourself, and cease doubting henceforth. Says the centurion, indeed, friend, you are right. I shall go and convince myself. Here the centurion takes steady steps towards the Nazareth edge, saying highly intrigued on seeing the gentle descent, well, here the entire mountain has been shifted as well. Looking over this edge towards Gennesaret yesterday, it seemed close enough for a stone's throw, whilst now 100 fieldways distant, and we shall have to be under way 6 hours to reach our dear little town. Nay, whoever still doubts that our Jesus is God and man at the same time cannot be helped even by a God. Yes, Brother Ebal, you were quite right to call me a repulsive doubter, for I really was such. But now all doubting is at an end, and I believe and swear with an oath before you all that our Master and Saviour Jesus is fully God, and that beside him there can be no second or third one. Owing to what was dreamt being reality, everything else also is bound to be true. And here he is, the only God and Lord over all of infinity. But now let us go over to Jara. She must show us her 2 souvenirs. Because when a celestial spirit lifted the water out to the last drop, I saw her pick up a splendid pearl mussel from the seabed, which she then put into her apron. And I also saw the shining stone, which she took with her from a solar world to which the celestial spirit took her. If these 2 said objects also are physically present like the removed mountains, then we have more proof than we need. Chapter 88. Jara shows her tokens. After these words, the centurion and Ebal go over to Jara, asking her to show them the 2 tokens. And the most beloved Jara at once reaches into the large pocket of her apron, meeting the 2 and saying, "Here, look, my dear Julius, here are the 2 tokens physically. Do you believe it now, and will you ever step out of your eternal fear?" Says the centurion, "Indeed, my most beloved and fairest Jara, my faith now stands more solid than this mountain, and my tiresome fear is now, with the help of the Almighty Lord, gone forever. Of this you can be fully assured. But your tokens are also of inestimable terrestrial worth. The mussel with its content is equivalent to all of Jerusalem, for it contains 24 pearls the size of small hens' eggs, of which one is worth 100,000 pounds of gold. The worth of this most solid but transparent stone, more beautiful than the morning star, is beyond terrestrial estimation. In short, you are now not only spiritually, but also terrestrially the wealthiest maiden in the world. Verily, you now are wealthier than all the kings and emperors of the entire world put together. What does it feel like?" Says Jara modestly, "It feels like nothing at all, and these 2 tokens have no value for me other than the purpose for which I took them, namely as reminders of the indescribable wondrous deeds of God to us poor, weak, and sinful inhabitants of the town and area of Gennesaret. The Lord will not stay always among us physically, as he emphasized to me yesterday. But these signs shall intimately remind us of him in our hearts, and rekindle our love for him. This is what I think. But the Lord still left me with another sign from this wondrous night, which actually for me was the most brightest day. This sign shall also remain with me visible, and later invisibly, until I once again make myself worthy enough for it to again become visible." Asks Father Ebal, "Now then, where is this sign? Are you not going to show us?" Says Jara, next to whom the angel Raphael is standing, "Here, it is standing next to me, if you have no objection." Says Ebal, who is mustering the angel head to toe, "This, of course, is a still more exquisite token. But I fear that you are head over heels in love with this beautiful youth far too soon. Should he then become invisible to you, then you shall go blind and deaf for sadness." Says Jara, "Oh, don't let that worry you. Whoever once loves God the way I do, for such even the beauties of all the heavens are as good as non-existent. I do nevertheless love the youth a lot as well, for he is wise and immensely powerful, mighty and fast." Asks the centurion, "Where did he come from? For I cannot recall ever seeing him at Gennesaret, and yet he is clad fully in the fashion of that place. I admire his exceedingly pure, tender, and yet immensely gentle streak. There lies a veritable spell of the highest magic charm in his appearance. How tender, soft, pure, and exceedingly well-formed just his feet! The clean breeches reaching right down to the knees, the dazzling white shirt, and the pleated coat of blue cloth hung casually over his shoulders, becomes him so superbly that one can hardly imagine something of more excellent taste, whilst his round little curls that adorns his most beautiful head in a manner defying description. Verily, this supremely fair youth I would deny no request. This one could deprive me of our empire, if he only loved me in return. Nay, the longer I look at this person, the more beautiful and attractive he seems. His parents shall of a truth merit praise, to have such son. And you, my most beloved Jara, can praise yourself as most blessed for such a present. If another such youth were to be had in the world, then I would give all my treasure and large properties for it. But what are you going to do with this most beautiful youth? You are yourself a most beautiful and agreeable maiden indeed, yet the youth considerably exceeds you in beauty. You are getting unto 13, whilst the youth would be about 16. If he becomes your husband, then well and good. If, however, he remains only a playmate for you, then your easily aroused heart shall be in a delicate situation. Tell us nonetheless how you shall utilize him. Says Jara, you speak after fashion, not knowing the spirit. This youth shall be my guardian and guide until my 16th year, and instruct me in the wisdom of God's heavens, as well as yourselves, should you intend hearing him. Says the centurion, but after your 16th year shall he become your husband? Says Jara, oh, my dear Julius, that once again was a question not making me bow down before you. Have I not told you right from the start that this youth shall leave me for a while after my 16th year, as determined by the Lord, which shall not trouble me, since my heart belongs completely to the Lord, who shall be with me everlastingly. If, however, my heart is God's property, then it cannot also become the property of another. Says Ebal, yes, indeed, my most beloved daughter, you are quite right. But your years have not arrived yet, and when they come, then you shall have much combat with your flesh. Good for you if you become its master. Adds the centurion, indeed, your father is right. Right now you are still a child, minor, yet there is already a kiln-like fire in your little heart. Right now it has, of course, the highest as its desire, and is not capable of hankering after something inferior. But once this highest should, for purpose of your introspection, withdraw from your little heart, then your heart shall get love-hungry. And should you go without the highest food for long, it shall soon start stretching out its long arms after other objects for nourishment. For, may stomach pangs be ever so painful, love-sickness is 1,000 times stronger. Let's take a field commander who is a loveless tyrant towards his soldiers. All are disconsolate, and when called to battle, they shall surrender to the enemy to rid themselves of their unloving lord. If, however, a wise commander shows fatherly love toward his soldiers, then let come the adversary, and they shall fall upon the enemy with valour and self-denial for their beloved commander, to the last drop of blood, annihilating the enemy. Yes, my most beloved Jara, love is a mighty thing, and this requires a wise direction if it is not to consume itself. Says Jara on reflection, yes, indeed, you may not be entirely wrong, but this much one has to suppose about the Lord, that he is not going to tyrannize a heart that loves him above everything else. Says Julius, that not, of course. Recalling what he spoke to you this night, he is and remains God, whom man's spirit can only fully approach when, through the powers lent him, man has shaped developed, and stabilized, during which period of self-development he withdraws his attention from him. If so, however, then during such period, God of necessity is a tyrant with blindfolded eyes and stopped-off ears. And when such foretold period is upon you then, my most beloved Jara, we shall discuss it further. Says Jara, I fully trust and believe that he shall not abandon me then either. Says the centurion, that hardly, because you are already ahead of many of us. But you also shall perceive a small and short abandonment as cosmically large and heavy. But let us now go over to him, as he seems intent on something. Chapter 89. Communing with the Lord in their hearts. The three of them now come over to me, and the centurion asks me, Lord, what is the next venture? It seems to me you are about to do something. Say I, do you not notice the glorious dawn? Let you all pay attention now, for you shall behold the most beautiful sunrise. It is just the rise of the natural sun, for sure, but it nevertheless has the deepest spiritual significance, which shall become clear to you. For here one sunrise encounters another. Says Peter, Lord, how are we to interpret this? Say I, oh, how long shall I have to suffer you thus? We have now been together for quite some time, yet you don't notice that through myself a sun from the heavens has risen for your souls, and continues to do so day after day. Says Peter, Lord, don't let it vex you, as you know we are simple folks, whose accomplishments don't go much beyond the minimum reading and a little writing. Had we understood it, then a question would have been capricious, but we did not understand your saying, and hence asked you. Say I, quite so, if one does not know that one can also quietly discuss things with me in the heart. If one knows that, however, then not the question itself, but the method is at fault, and only this I intended to rebuke. Look at the two Essenes and Pharisees over there, how they are widening their eyes about you, that you could have asked me something audibly, while, as their masters, you should know that I am quite capable to give every questioner the fullest answer quietly in his heart. With yourselves, it is certainly not ignorance or obstinacy, but only age-old habit. But take heed in future nevertheless. Get a grip on yourselves, so that people may discern that you are of a truth my disciples, and not lose your integrity before the world, of which above all you are in need for your new calling. But go over to your disciples now and instruct them, otherwise they will start asking you about what you asked me. Says Peter, Lord, we hence are not to speak audible words with you again? Say I, oh, indeed, but everything in its proper time, and when I indicate it. But go now and do as I instructed you. Thereupon the disciples go over to the two Essenes and several Pharisees, saying to them, Let it not surprise you that we too sometimes still ask the Lord about this or that audibly, for we too are still human, occasionally clinging unto old habits. And the two Essenes say, We actually thought so, because we asked the Lord the same in our hearts, and the most vivid answer was placed in our hearts. It hence seemed somewhat peculiar to us that you inquired audibly. But as said, we gathered that something like that can still occur frequently out of sheer old habit. But we were at ease, since we have this night seen such amazing dream visions as we cannot recall ever before. And what is most peculiar about it is that each one of us dreamt the same, to a hair's breadth. And everything we saw in this rare dream is now becoming true in broad daylight. Nay, such has not been here before. Now we too believe that this Nazarene is more than just a most perfect human. He is indeed physically like one of us, but in his inner parts and heart dwells the fullness of divine strength and power that is obeyed throughout infinity. But now let us direct our attention to the sunrise, as commanded by him, in order to behold wonders. Says Peter, whether a wonder is going to be seen precisely is hard to tell. But the way the red-rimmed little clouds on the distant horizon proclaim it, we shall experience upon this height the most beautiful play of God's creation, and therefrom obtain instruction on how a similar sunrise has come to our soul, lasting forever. Says one of the Essenes, indeed, a sunrise not only for us, but the entire earth, and even the entire infinity. Because it seems to us that this incarnation of the highest God Spirit is meant not only for this earth and its beings, but for all of infinity. It is, of course, somewhat unfathomable for our spirit as to why the Divine Spirit has chosen this earth in particular, since he has, as we now know it, countless myriads of splendidly huge light worlds where he could have undertaken his incarnation. But he will know best why he chose this earth in particular. When we previously still thought that this earth was the only world in the entire universe, the thing would have been quite easy to grasp, for then there would have by the nature of things been nothing other. This earth, according to our concepts, was the only endlessly great world, whose waters reached to the firmament, and we believed that the sun, moon, and stars were the only ones to light up this world with their light. But now suddenly, everything has assumed a different aspect. We now know what all the stars, moon, and sun are, and know how small our earth is in comparison to a solar earth. Now it could of course be asked and said, how did this grain of sand called earth come by such grace? Of a truth, this question shall once be a portentous one yet, and intensely offensive to many. Hence it would, in our opinion, not be entirely superficial to receive proper clarification on this point. What do you think? Can we ask him? Says Peter, try it in your heart. If an answer comes, then well and good. But if not, then it means that we are not yet sufficiently mature for such instruction. But now look, the sun is about to rise, for the tiny morning clouds shine almost too brightly for beholding. Says the Essene, of a truth, this is an indescribably glorious sight. But don't you notice something moving above those clouds? It seems like brilliant stars moving around. What could this be? Says Peter, what it is, only the Lord shall know, but we fishermen call such not too rare phenomenon little morning fish. When these appear, then it is good to fish in the water, and towards evening there is certain to be inclement weather, or at best a strong wind. although I must admit to not having seen fish of such freshness and liveliness. This manifestation is not unfamiliar to me, although it is probably easier to make out from this height than from the depth below. Says the Essene, "You know what? Let's move nearer to the Lord. I notice him speaking with Ebal and his children. Much shall be revealed there again. We must hear it." Chapter 90. Natural Considerations and Spiritual Significance. In response to the Essene's suggestion, they all come a little closer to me, and I summon the two Essenes, telling them to pay attention to everything that shall be seen with sunrise, for it shall be most instructive. The two Essenes step up closer to me, saying, "Lord, Lord, that it shall be infinitely instructive is bound to be an eternal truth. But how will our soul be capable of such profound instructions? We certainly gaze upon the brilliant depths of your splendid creations with lustful eyes and exceedingly astonished feelings. Yet we are far too blind to do justice to even the wonders of a dewdrop, comprehendingly, let alone those rising and falling in immeasurable grandeur and distance, luminously upon the firmament. We furthermore have discussed the floating around of the luminous points above the tiny clouds with the disciple Peter, but he could not clarify it to us properly. If it please you, O Lord, then you might spare us a few words about it?" Say I, "This means very little, and is quite an ordinary thing, similar to the waving of the sea. When you find yourself in the right spot in relation to a moving sea, where the broken sunbeams are impacting, then you will see a similar light play. The air for human and animal breathing by no means reaches up to the stars, and no further than about 4 times the height of this mountain from sea level. Beyond such height there is a sharp cut-off, such as between water and air, with a water-smooth surface constantly undulating like the sea. On falling on such undulating air, sunlight is reflected as from the water surface. If the air movement is strong, then the occasional refraction is right down to earth, and most easily so when the sun is still below the horizon, when its rays fall, as it were, unto the air-sea from below. And so these lively seesawing lights are nothing more than reflections of sunlight, their frequency depending on the air undulations. But that they are more prominent right now when the sun appears a mere span below the horizon is because the air waving is increasingly picking up the shining cloud light, producing a kind of dallying to and fro game. Behold, that is the relatively natural explanation of this phenomenon. But beyond that, this phenomenon also has a spiritual significance, and for your comprehension it is this. Think and imagine yourself also the spiritual sun. The outgoing light from it is absorbed by the continuously waving surface of the created life-sea, and this plays with such light, and thereby all kinds of caricatures occur which still let a matte lustre radiate from them, however, destroying every trace of the divine primordial form. Thus the whole heathenism and also Judaism is such contortion of everything purely divine. However, if you look at a completely quiet water surface, and the sun shines thereupon, it will be reflected from the surface in the same majesty and truth as you can see it at the firmament. In the same manner, it requires a quiet, desire-free heart, which can only be obtained by total abnegation, humility, patience, and purest love, so that the likeness of God in the spirit of man reflects equally pure and true, like the earth's sun from a most quiet water surface. If this is the case in a person, everything in him has matured to truth, and his soul is then able to direct its views into the depths of the creations of God, and to view everything in all fullness of the purest truth. However, as soon as it begins to wave in her, the primordial pictures are getting distorted, and the soul necessarily finds herself on the road of deception and half-truths of all kinds and sorts, and cannot reach a clear view until regaining the complete rest in God again. And this is the true Sabbath rest in God. And therefore God has ordered the celebration of the Sabbath. During the Sabbath, man should abstain from every heavy, strenuous work, for every heavy work requires the soul to lend its strength to the flesh, and thereby becomes excited with it, which stirs the mirror of her life water into strong movement, so that she cannot recognize the pure divine truth in herself anymore. The true Sabbath rest, therefore, constitutes in a reasonable celebration from all heavy work. Without an emergency, one should not lay hand on it. However, in need, every person is obliged to help his brother. Even more so, then, to withhold oneself from all heavy work. Every soul should put aside all desires, since desires are storms of the soul. They disturb the life water, and the likeness of God is torn in the soul, like the image of the sun is torn upon the waves of the sea. Indeed, the image of the sun flashes from the waves. However, in what distortion! And if the storm lasts for long, soon heavy fumes rise from the moving sea and fill the heavenly air of the soul with heavy clouds. They then obstruct the light of the spiritual sun to reach the life waters of the soul. And the soul becomes dark, cannot any more distinguish true from false, and regards the deceptions of hell as the light of heaven. Such a soul is then as good as lost. There must come strong winds. This means strong trials from above, so to tear apart the evil clouds of the soul, who should then immediately retire to the true Sabbath rest, and thereby bringing to rest her life sea. Otherwise, there is no rescue for her. Behold, this is for everyone the useful spiritual meaning, which this beautiful sunrise shows us in quite natural appearance. Who shall take note of it in himself shall remain in truth and all light, and the everlasting life shall become his inheritance. Who, however, shall disregard this teaching and ignore it, shall die forever. Chapter 91. Concerning the sunrise and morning phenomena. But now continue to pay attention. The sun is just rising its disk, or rather its western half globe, over the horizon. What do you notice? Say the Essenes. Not much, apart from the bright area rising surprisingly fast from the bright depth. The luminous fish play has now suddenly vanished, whilst the cloudlets are thinning out and also disappearing one by one. And now the entire disk or ball is poised above the horizon, and a fairly cold breeze is blowing from the morning east. But that is all we note. Say I. Cast a glance also down to the earth's plains and valleys, and say what you see. The two Essenes look at the earth's depths, saying, "We see the valleys filled with bright, grey fogs, whilst the sea surface also is covered with greyish mist. The fog is lifting from the valleys, covering the foothills. Is this too going to have some spiritual significance, perhaps?" Say I, "Quite certainly, for nothing, and without spiritual stimulation, nothing happens on earth. But we want to see what meaning this has. The sun corresponds fully with the being of God. The earth with its valleys, flat areas, hills, mountains, rivers, lakes, and sea areas fully corresponds with outer man. The fog which rises between sun and earth corresponds with the manifold empty and petty worries of man, through which the light of the sun can only sparely penetrate. And the fog rises upwards and even covers the mountains. The hills and mountains correspond with the better comprehension of man on this earth. This better comprehension is likewise clouded by the petty and trifling worries of the half-blind people. Therefore, morning winds are coming and drive the fog from the mountains and fields, so that they cannot be destroyed, and the mountains and fields be freely illuminated and warmed by the sun, so that their fruit of life can become ripe. I think that you are able to understand this correspondence?" Say the two Essenes, "Yes, Lord, this is as clear as yonder sun." Ah, what a glory in this great, holiest doctrine! Oh, how much men are unaware of that they ought to know the way they know that they live. Lord, this doctrine of the true Sabbath rest just given us shall be our task to introduce to mankind. This surpasses everything said so far and taught by you, for we see in what preceded it only a preparation for the easier keeping of this holiest doctrine. Verily, all the heavens had to open for returning to men this holiest doctrine of all doctrines. But now quite a different question arises concerning us. How can we properly thank you, O Lord, for this purely superlative, heavenly doctrine? In the depths of our hearts we feel unworthy of it. Only your grace and love could give it to us. O Lord, do command us on how we should laud and praise you for it. Say I, placing my hands on both Essenes' shoulders, "My dear friends, act accordingly, and you shall give me no lesser joy than I now gave you. And your reward shall not be inconsiderable if you spurn mankind unto it." Chapter 92. The Essenes are commissioned to start a freedom school. Thereafter, establish a school, teaching disciples how to honour the Sabbath, and keep it for a couple of hours yourselves every day, and you shall soon perceive the great blessing there within yourselves. Should you found a school and build a large house for it, the walls of it should be free from any barriers and any locks. Become true Freemason of your schoolhouses, and the prophet schools will become your new achievement. However, your main concern should be directed to faithfully keep my teaching already given to you and to be given, and not, as the Pharisees and elders are doing, mix your own doctrine to it. Your current doctrines must be completely eradicated from the very foundation, and my word must fully take its place, and this in free deed. Otherwise, my spirit could not become effective after the promise which was given to man by the mouth of the prophets. The Essenes thank me for this instruction, and promise in all earnestness to abide by it all, to the letter. But would I none the less always provide them with proper protection and sufficient strength to set these purely divine works in motion, not only for themselves, but for the many other people thirsting after it, beneficially and curatively for all times? Say I, there shall be no failure on my part ever, but see to it that no seniority squabbles arise among you in future. Let the most experienced among you be the leader, certainly, but let him not presume to be more than the least among you. But this is not to say that the weaker ones should deny him due respect. He is to be loved and respected, and his advice followed as if law. But let him beware who would lay hands on him. Verily, such I shall regard with wrathful eyes. But if elect a principal and leader to your concern, then pray that no one unworthy is given that office. For a bad and unwise leader for a society is like a bad shepherd for his flock. When seeing the wolf approach, he flees, leaving the sheep to the wolf. Or he becomes a wolf himself, turning into killer of his lambs, as are now the Pharisees and their high priest. They go about in sheep's clothing, but are ravenous wolves within. They hardly feed gnats, but ask a camel for what they spent on a gnat. Wherefore be not like them. They reside in chambers or stone that are well protected and regarded at all times, so that none can approach them, and must not, lest anyone find out about their deceptions. And should someone courageous dare to penetrate into such temple chamber, he would be declared a profane of the Holy of Holiest, and forthwith stoned. Wherefore I said unto you, that you should build your schoolhouse free and open, so all can come and go as they want. Let every secret vanish from your school. Whoever wants to, let him be initiated to his grasping capacity, for with my doctrine I am not selling you a cat in a sack. I tell you all things openly and clearly, not acting secretively, except where cleverness dictates it for some man's benefit. Hence let you too be open towards everyone in whom you see good will. Be nevertheless clever, because openness need not extend to where precious and costly pearls are cast before swine. I would still have much to say unto you, but you would not be able to grasp it yet. But when the Spirit of the full truth shall have been awakened within you, then it shall lead you into all wisdom. And this Spirit is God's image within your heart, and you shall yourselves awaken it through the correct honouring of the Sabbath. Say whether you have now comprehended all this. Say the awestruck Essenes. Yes, Lord, who should not understand your holy word? For these are not words like those of men. Your words are substantial throughout. They are completely light, warmth, and life. When you speak, O Lord, then we feel an actual coming into being within us, as if every word out of your mouth an immeasurably great new creation comes into being. And we feel an infinitive new being coming into being within us. We understand nevertheless the essential meaning of your holiest word, although we shall never attain to their ultimate effect. For we vitally sense it within us that the words pronounced by you here pertain not only to ourselves, but apply to the whole of eternal infinity. Oh, rejoice, earth, chosen from among countless worlds for treading of your ground with his, letting his holiest voice resound in your air. O Lord, how many beings shall go forth from your every word and from every breath of your mouth? Oh, permit us to laud, love, praise, and worship you, for it is due to you alone. Chapter 93. The Blessed Morning Meal upon the Mount. Say I. Well now, my beloved friends and brethren, after the soul breakfast, we shall also look around for a physical one. Ebal, have you any provisions left? Say Ebal. Lord, there is something left, but not much. Nearly everything was consumed last night. There is nevertheless a little bread and wine left. Say I. Bring everything here so I can bless it, and we shall all have enough to eat as well as to drink. Ebal immediately has half a loaf of bread and about 3 beakers full of wine remaining in the skin brought over to me. And I blessed the bread and the wine, saying, Hand it out now, and if anything is left over, then we here shall also partake of breakfast. Ebal now hands it out, and in order to conserve, breaks off small portions from the half loaf. But the latter is not getting smaller. On seeing that the half loaf is not getting any smaller, notwithstanding his having passed it up to all mountain guests several mouthfuls, he starts handing out larger portions. Yet the half loaf is still not getting any smaller. Seeing the guest's appetite, he starts another distribution, breaking off still larger lumps. And having made the rounds among some 30 people who had scaled the mountain with us, he has a huge lump left in his hand, saying to me, Lord, this I have left over. Shall it suffice for yourself and Raphael and Jarrah and myself? Say I, just give it to Jarrah to serve up, then it is going to suffice. Ebal does so, and Jarrah gives a portion first to myself, then to her Raphael, then Ebal, and only then, the leftover to herself, and we all nevertheless were filled. The centurion, however, noted and said, Why, friend Ebal, did you not include me in this last distribution? Did you judge me as insufficiently worthy? Say I, Friend, let not this make you cross. For behold, Ebal was not anticipating any leftover, wherefore he also started his distribution as meagerly as possible. He didn't want to include you among those who would miss out. But since there was a residue left over due to my will, this only then led to a second serving. If, however, the second distribution matter much to you, which in no way is more abundant than the first, then say so, and I shall gladly forego my portion in your favour. Says the centurion, Now, all is fine again. It was only a traditional Roman protocol stupidity going through my head, but I'm all right again. However, what intrigues me most here is that the heavenly Raphael is consuming his bread with such voracity, as if he were the hungriest among us. This truly is most peculiar. He surely is more spirit rather than a carnal man, yet eats as one having been born on earth. This I like immensely. But I feel that the bread, although pure and very tasty, make thirsty, and hence I would like to have a little drink soon. Say I to Ebal, You could serve the wine now, starting with our friend Julius. Says the centurion, Lord, I beg you, be the first to drink, for some protocol surely has to be maintained at table. Say I, indeed, I agree. But since we have no table here, nor are invited to table as guests, let us take wine along natural need. Let the thirstiest one drink first, followed by the less thirsty ones, each according to his need. With this the centurion was at ease, emptying the beaker handed him to the last drop, and saying, Lord, I thank you. This truly was heavenly fortification, and never before has wine been so palatable to me in the morning. This indeed is a wine second to none upon earth. Say I, we are all glad that you like it so much on this mountain. The centurion says, Lord, forgive me if I maybe would spoil the good mood, but it seems to me that even Satan should be glad here. Say I, if you want to see and speak to him, he can't be cold here, and then you can see for yourself if he enjoys it. The centurion says, if there is really a personal Satan, then let him appear here. Chapter 94. Satan appears upon the mountain. When the captain has spoken such, a powerful lightning flash accompanied by a most strongest thunder occurs, and Satan is standing as a gigantic figure quite ingenuously before the captain, stamps with one foot so violently onto the ground that the whole mountain around us trembles, and says to the captain, What do you want, most wretched mother incest, from me? Why do you call me to this height, which is 1,000 times more painful to me than all hellfire? Says the captain, somewhat strongly excited about the exclamation, Mother incest. Hey, enemy of all people and God himself, slow down, since you are not entitled to judge in the face of God, your Lord. If I have sinned while asleep and under great numbing of my senses, I only harmed myself, but never you. However, I believe that God is more than you, and he never has greeted me like you, wretched liar. It is true that I slept with my mother once when I was 14 years old, but I was deceived to it by my mother, because she disguised herself as an opulent Greek woman and carried over her still most beautiful face a fine Greek veil, came at night to me, uncovered all her mighty charms to me, and wanted me. Since my mother at that stage was barely 28 years old. When she gave birth to me, she was 13.5 years old. In Rome, I was known as one of the most beautiful and loveliest youth. No wonder that my own mother was inflamed for me and disguised herself to enjoy me. Wretched! If I, as a fiery Roman, slept with my mother unknowingly, who was disguised as a most lavish and passionate Greek woman, am I therefore a mother incest? Can you, blind infernal donkey, scold someone a murderer or killer who fell from the roof and by his fall kills a person on the ground? Speak now, you old infernal donkey. Says Satan, very enraged about the abuse by the captain. I only look at the deed and not the circumstances in which it took place. With me there are no mitigating circumstances, and by me you are seen as guilty, belongs to hell, and you will not escape my power. Says the captain, Look here, you old, blind, infernal donkey. Who is he standing here to my right? Do you know him? Are you familiar with Jesus of Nazareth? When saying my name, Satan is violently thrown to the ground, and he threatens the captain that he never again should mention this to him most adverse name. He knows the Nazarene and curses him because he wants to snatch power from the Godhead, and it doesn't take a lot more now for him to become Lord of heaven and all the world. Says the captain, blind, infernal donkey. What he was from eternity, he still is and shall be forever. And only he will judge me and you, and forever not you, old, evil, blind, and most stupid infernal donkey. If you are then such mighty being, why is it that only the pure name of the Holy Nazarene cuts you to size as if you never had been standing? Look how nice and praiseworthy it is here, and how well we are all being treated. If you would not have been such an arch-stupid infernal animal, how easily could you not have it as nice as we are? Turn around and recognize in your heart, if you still have one, that Jesus is the Lord of heaven and earth, and surely you will be treated equally. Here Satan grinned. Did you again had to speak the to me most adverse name? If you don't know how to speak about something better, at least circumscribe the name, for it torments me more than 10,000 hells and their most terrible fire furies. Besides, I am a spirit and must stay like this for the sake of your everlasting salvation, and therefore cannot convert myself to your God and your Lord. I am for once and all condemned, and for me there exists no salvation any more. Says the captain, if someone else other than you had told me so, I would believe it. But from you I believe nothing, except that you really are the old, stupid, infernal donkey. If you wanted to convert yourself, I know only too well that you and all your followers would be accepted by the Lord. However, with you, it is only a most stubborn evilness that you forever not want to convert yourself, because it gives you some sort of hellish joy to oppose God the Lord with your free will. But I say to you that the Lord nowhere near yet has closed his heart before you, and nowhere near has judged you yet. Turn therefore to him, and he will accept you and forgive you all your billion times billion crimes and sins. I am a heathen, and in my youth have worshipped nature and wood carvings, made by human hands, and arising from their fantasies. However, I, as a weak, blind, carnal person, have soon recognized that I am on aberrations by which no purpose can be reached. However, you, since your primordial beginning, have been created as a pure spirit by him who now resides in the heart of this holy Nazarene, and to whom visibly heaven and earth are subject. For you, the pure recognition of the everlasting truth is easy, while I for a long time had to grope around in night and fog. You only have to will, and you are sitting in the old primordial light again. Turn thus again to the Lord, who stays most wondrously physically among us, and I guarantee you with everything, my life, what I own and what is holy to me, that you will be accepted. Says Satan, I cannot do that. Says the captain, and why not? Screams Satan, because I don't want to. Says also the captain now with a very excited voice, then in the name of Jesus go away, because now you start to disgust me to the point of vomiting. You are therefore a highly free-willing, incorrigible, infernal beast, and in me every compassion regarding your everlasting pain and torment is gone forever. The Lord judges you, you old infernal donkey." Upon these words of the captain, Satan falls to the ground like being struck by lightning, and roared immensely like a hungry lion. However, I gave the angel Raphael a sign that he should get him under control. The angel quickly stepped between the captain and Satan and said, "Satan, I, a most insignificant servant of the Lord Jesus Jehovah Zebaoth, command with an unalterable must that you immediately leave this place and this region, which with your evil breath have made it uninhabitable for a long time." Says Satan, inflamed by fury, "Where should I go?" Says the angel, "Where your servants await you and are cursing you, go and leave. Amen." With these words of the angel, Satan rose like an ominous blazing ball of fire, and fled under great thundering bangs with lightning speed towards midnight. The angel, however, tore off a rock of a couple of 50 hundredweights, on which Satan had stood and lain, and flung it over the mountain and into the sea with such force that the rock already in mid-air was pulverized into minutest dust particles by air resistance. And all were exceedingly astonished at the angel's power, with the centurion saying, "Hoi, this I would call a stone thrower. This one alone would excel 10 Roman legions." I, by the way, thank you, O Lord, for this revelation as well, for now I have also gotten to know personally, as it were, the eternal enemy of all love, light, and everything good and true, and am quickly persuaded of what he is on about. This one no eternity or fire shall reform. All things are possible with God indeed. But here I believe even divine omnipotence shall find it hard to bring this spirit back to remorse and atonement. For should he be left with free will, then he shall never change eternally. But if not, then he has ceased to be, and there is then no Satan throughout infinity. But to try moving him to repentance by the most intense tormenting and pain would be like drawing water with a sieve into a vessel full of holes. The wisest thing, it seems to me, would be to keep him in some prison forever, but without pain. Then at least he would have no effect upon the living. Say I, "Friend, these are things that you cannot grasp at this stage, but they shall become clear to you once. For this, however, terrestrial time has no estimate, but an arch-primordial central sun indeed. When such has reached its end, then it shall not be long to Satan's potential turnaround. But where shall this earth and sun be then? Because a body such as an arch-primordial central sun needs a period beyond your mental reach, till all life under judgment within it, at present seemingly dead matter, is to the last dust particle dissolved into free spiritual life. But, as said, such you cannot grasp nowhere near yet. This not even the angels can grasp. But a time shall soon come when you shall be left with no more doubt about what you were told now, and believe things of which you have no inkling at this stage. But now no more about it. Let you all get up now, and we shall slowly set upon our return journey. Chapter 95. Descending from the mountain. Says Jara, who had covered her face with a cloth during Satan's visible presence, Lord, now I am happy to go back to town, because the presence of that one has spoilt this height for me for good, notwithstanding that it shall remain indescribably memorable to me. My feet shall never tread it again. Say I, now, same has now been driven out from here, and your Raphael has at once cleaned up the place. It shall, by the way, be of no consequence whether you ever scale this height again or not. But the best height to scale is one's own heart. He who has penetrated its innermost has attained to the highest life sights. But let us depart now, for the third hour of today's Sabbath has passed already. Let you all follow me, and we shall hit upon the most direct and best route to Gennesaret. Said the centurion, Lord, if I remember correctly, wasn't there some talk earlier about wanting to still spend the entire day up here? Say I, you misunderstood me somewhat this time. Only the height of honouring the Sabbath in the heart was to be understood thereby. But this does not matter now, because several suffering ones are awaiting us below. These have to be helped, so that after my departure from this region, no further sick should be found. At these my words, everyone got under way, and I and little Jara and Raphael made up the guides, as it were, and the descent from the mountain to the valley at Nazareth was quick and easy. After about 2.5 hours, we already found ourselves in the vicinity of the small town of Gennesaret. Here I called all the Alpine guests together, saying, All of you, listen to me. As I already have indicated to you on the top, I say it to you all once more. Everything experienced and seen on the mountain, keep to yourself for the time being. However, when noticing by a major sign from heaven in your heart, then preach such from the roofs to the people who are of good will. But for the evil world, such should be kept concealed for good, just like the centre of the earth is concealed. Because such the outer world's sense will never comprehend, and would condemn you as crazy people. But this would then be everlasting death of their souls. In general, remember this. My words and teachings are more delightful than the unequalled large pearls of Jara. And such pearls should not be thrown to the pigs. Therefore be always on guard, since everything coming from above is only for those who also are from above. To dogs and pigs belong only the feculence of the world. Since a dog returns to what it has vomited, and a pig wallows in the same puddle where it a few moments earlier has wallowed and has dirtied itself entirely. Take therefore my advice fully to heart. Says the captain, Lord, if we however ask by the curious what has taken place on the mountain, what answer should we give to such interrogators? Say I, speak the truth, and say that I have prohibited you to make it known to the world. And the questioners will not bother you any more, and be content with it. With this advice, our chief was happy, and we moved into town and Ebal's house. Chapter 96. A healing miracle at Ebal's inn. On arrival at Ebal's house, The servants and domestics at once came and said that about 100 sick had arrived, asking for the Lord Saviour Jesus from Nazareth. Say I to the servants, "Go and tell them that, Sabbath notwithstanding, they can now quietly and happily make their way home, for their faith in the power of my word has helped them." With this, the servants departed, going over to the sick at the inn, and being quite astonished at finding no more sick, for all who had been sick became well in the same moment, irrespective of whether they were Jews or heathen. On stepping over to them, the servants heard just hymns of praise for regained health, and the healed demanded to see me. But the servants said, "It is not up to us to allow this, but we will send over a messenger. If he approves it, then you are free to go over to see and speak to him. If not, then you are at leisure to depart from here as commanded by him, for he does not always receive visitors, and is even less open to discussions." With that, a servant comes over to ask me. But I say, "I did of a truth say unto you, that they are free to go home in peace. Hence let it be so." That which they sought they found, having no sense or understanding for anything loftier, and thus let them go home. The messenger returns to pass this advice unto the healed ones. But these say, "He to whom one wants to render due honour and praise, it is not seemly to ask in advance. Let us go over and in all truth and propriety bring him due praise and thanks, and one is going to be dismissed with civility. Hence let us bravely go over, and he shall not refuse to receive us, knowing that we come with the best of intentions." With these words they come over to me inside the house, knocking at the door, and come into the hall, as many as could fit in, starting to loudly praise me, expressing their thanks. I bid them to be silent, saying unto them, "God does not, and hence neither I myself, regard the praise of the mouth, and thanks of the lips. Let him who want to approach me come in his heart, and I shall regard him. But empty bawling of mouth, not paired with any thinking, and even less a feeling heart, is to my eyes what a rotting carcass is to the nostrils. That which you were seeking you have obtained, and anything else you don't know, and your empty praise does not please me. Hence go home and not cause this house unpleasantries. Beware, however, of fornication, whoring, greediness, and gluttony, or worse sicknesses shall befall you than those by which you are beset and tormented until now." These words shocked the healed ones in the heart, and they were wondering among themselves how I could have known that their disease was caused by their lewdness. They were overcome with fear of me, thinking, "He may divulge yet more of our none too praiseworthy lifestyle, hence let us depart." And they left the hall and betook themselves back to whence they had come. The centurion was struck by this, and he asked me, saying, "How is it that these got lost so suddenly? You had hardly mentioned their sins, and they were driven out the door as if by some mighty force." Say I, "These are fornicators par excellence. They carry on unchastity of every type, and adultery has become perfectly normal to them. For these, women are communal property, and the raping of virgins sheer fun. But there are also pedophiles among them, and such as carry on sodomistically with young maidens, hoping to thereby avoid more serious infections, but nonetheless contracting more severe sicknesses therewith. It is on that account that I gave these people such a rough welcome and dismissal, because only harsh words can still bring them potential reform. Says the chief, "Which area do they actually come from?" Say I, "From the Gadarene area, a couple of spots, plus 4 villages. They are a medley of Jews, Egyptians, Greeks and Romans. Greeks and Romans. They have little and actually no religion at all. Piggery is their occupation, and trade therewith to Greece and Europe, where their flesh is eaten and their fat used to spice food. These are therefore disagreeable already by trade, which of itself would not be sinful, if in their behaviour they were not worse by far than their pigs. Their doings put them far below swine, and it shall be hard to do anything for them." Says the chief, "Well, it is good that I know this. Those municipalities still are under my command, and I shall certainly not fail to place a moral custodian over them, who shall know how to rap them over the knuckles for the slightest indiscretion, in accord with orders. Nay, just you wait. Tomorrow already you shall have your lechery dealt with in a way that shall rob you of your desire to let filthy lust rise from your heart, giving them unscrupulous rein. Lord, although I am but a man, I nevertheless have, through constant service to state affairs, come to the manifold conclusion that it is of the greatest benefit for the common man to be ruled with iron sceptre, and to occasionally flogged towards goodness. If in populous places this is not applied, things soon get out of hand." Say I, "For sure, there you are right, but only in the said community. If you were to apply your procedure in one and all cases, you would do more damage than good. The medicine has to always suit the sickness, and not the other way round. But as said, in yonder specific community, your medicine will fairly put these people off their lewdness at best. But the rod needs to be administered not with wrathful, but loving hand." Chapter 97. The Zeal of Love. Says the centurion, "Lord, this I understand very well now, and yet I can recall a case in my life where the full measure of love was unable to achieve anything. And the case was as follows. Among the many soldiers under my command, there was a young, colossally powerful Illyrian. His sword weighed 50 pounds, yet was a feather in his hand. This paid warrior, carrying armour and shield, accomplished more in battle than 100 other warriors. Hence he was useful in war, but not so in peace, where he was perfidious, and not a week passed without him creating some new ruckus. I always treated him with indulgence, whilst showing him and rebuking the wickedness and shamefulness of his wilful annoyance. Whereupon he always promised complete mending of his ways, and also kept sober and unassuming for a few days. But this never lasted more than 10 days, after which complaints came in from every quarter, and of course we had to repair the damage. If asked why in the world he was doing this, he always replied, "I must drill my martial arts, and here I can spare nothing but man, and my sword has to be tried on diverse objects, Such martial art practice, however, not seldom drove him to pay a visit to some herd of oxen, bulls, cows, and calves, to chop their heads off in one blow. On one occasion he beheaded a herd of fully 100 oxen, afterwards boasting of such his heroic prowess, which cost us damage worth 1,000 heavy silver pieces. Here, in the end, I became so furious with this person that I could have myself torn into shreds. Whereupon I had him shackled to a tree with heavy chains, binding his feet and hands with heavy ropes, and had him flogged for an hour and into utter feebleness. I then arranged treatment for him, which fully restored him in 20 days. And behold, this brought about the most complete change in this man, on whom the uttermost love had no effect. He thereupon became the most composed and humble person, whom a year later I promoted to second in command, and he still thanks me today for his exemplary chastisement, without which he would never have become deputy. Yet love would never be able to move me to such punishment, only a fair measure of rage over this person. And thus I opine that a proper measure of anger sometimes benefits mankind more than ever so fervent love. Say I, "Oh, indeed, but that is, then, not anger actuality, but only an exceptional zeal of love within the heart, which is imbued with curative power. I too act with this where necessary. If love did not pose such zeal, then infinity would still be bereft of creatures. It is only the intense zeal of God's love which all creation can thank its existence. And thus, what prompted your heart towards proper punishment of that mischievous mercenary was not anger and thirst for revenge stemming therefrom, but a certain zeal of your love towards yonder mercenary, who was dear to your heart owing to his prowess. For had you been in a rage toward that person, then you would have had him put to death. But love's zeal counted the stripes necessary, and you permitted his flogging only to what you thought he could tolerate. Thus you can also proceed with those societies, if necessary. However, the first attempt nevertheless must take place by pure love and by proper education. If people get to recognize that one only gives them sharp laws for their own benefit, and adds a relentless judicial office, they will tolerate this. However, if the sharp laws appear only as tyrannical arbitrariness of the rulers, they better nobody, and finally even turn the angels of the society into devils, who will do nothing else than to seek revenge on him who constantly torments them for nothing, and without end, and without any apparent reason. Do you understand this? Says the centurion, "Yes, Lord, this now is as clear as the sun in broad daylight, and I shall even today dispatch a messenger with order to the deputy there, and tomorrow these municipalities shall be made to comply. Therefore I should like to go over to my people for a few moments to have it put into effect." Chapter 98. About sexuality of the archangels. With these words the chief leaves for home. Ebal, however, asks him not to absent himself for too long, as lunch shall be ready shortly. And the chief calls, striding along, "I shall, if nothing of consequence has taken place, be back here at once, or alternatively send a messenger over here." after which the chief takes off with flighty steps, being not a little surprised with the briefings of his deputies upon his arrival, who told him what had been taking place in the meantime, and how he will find the order for the above-mentioned societies on his desk written in his own handwriting on parchment. He hurriedly reads them and finds it precisely the way he had imagined it should be. He sends for an athletic messenger and, behold, there comes in Roman soldier outfit our angel Raphael, offering the chief his services. The chief, not recognizing him, thinks him to be a young warrior perhaps assigned to him by Cornelius from Capernaum. He hence quizzes him on whether he would venture such rather distant errand to the deputy at Gadarene. Says the angel, "Lord of your powers, just hand it over, and I shall have it over there with the speed of an arrow, and in a few moments you shall have the response in your hands." Only then did the chief look the man over, recognizing the angel Raphael, and saying, Sure, to you such is possible, for only now have I recognized you." Whereupon the centurion handed him the order, and same was back with the answer in barely 15 minutes, in which the Gadarene commander confirmed receiving the instructions from a well-presented young man, and that he shall carry them out in their spirit. The chief no longer marvelled at Raphael's speed, but only that the errand still took him 15 minutes to carry out. Says Raphael, "That was the time your Gadarene deputy took to write. Hence it need not intrigue you, for I did not need time. However, let's together go to Ebal, since lunch is prepared and the guests are hungry upon the tough trip down the mountain." The chief at once leaves with the angel, who nonetheless appears in his Gennesaretan garb at Ebal's house. And the chief asks him where he so quickly disposed of the mercenary's uniform. And the angel said with a smile, "Behold, we have it easier than you, for we carry our closet filled with a wide variety of clothes within our will. Whatever we want to wear, with that we are already fully dressed. Were you, however, see me in my garment of light, you would be struck blind, and your flesh would dissolve in front of me, because compared to the shining of my garment, the terrestrial sun is sheer darkness." Say the centurion, "Friend of the earth's people, the former attribute of being able just through willpower to clothe oneself, without the material, quite appeals to me, and poor mankind could use same to great advantage, especially in winter. But the equally potential and exceedingly powerful shining of your bright garment, which no man could withstand alive, does not please me, at least in this world. Therefore we intend not to investigate it. Yet one thing I would like to find out from you, since we are alone right now and suffer no embarrassment before anyone, and so you could reveal the following to me. Is there among yourselves a sexual distinction?" Says the angel, "This is a somewhat clumsy question. However, for it originates in you from a pure knowledge desire, I want to answer it to you with no. What we primordially spirits are, with us countless, only the male positive being is without exception prevailing. Nevertheless, in each one of us also the female negative principle is fully present, and as such, every angel in himself represents the most perfect marriage of the heavens of God. It entirely depends on us if we want to show ourselves in either the male or female form, and all this within one and the same spiritual skin. Therein, however, that we are in ourselves a two being, lies also the reason that we never can get old, because in us both poles continuously support each other forever. But with you humans, the poles are separated in a sexually separated personality, and because each one exists on its own, they do not have any support in themselves. If, however, the separate personal poles touch one another externally, they diminish, resembling a wineskin, wrinkling in proportion to being relieved of its spiritual contents. If nevertheless you could imagine a wineskin that can, within itself spontaneously, reproduce what has been removed, then you shall not discover the wrinkles and folds of aging upon its surface. Do you actually comprehend this? Says the captain, the thing is not completely clear to me yet, but I am getting the drift of it. We shall no doubt have the opportunity to further discuss it, but let us go to the house now, as they shall be expecting us. Says the angel, yes, that for sure, and I am feeling within me what you call hunger. Says the chief, ahoy, are you not the purest of spirit? How shall you be able to consume material fare? Says Raphael, smiling, better than yourself. With me, everything that I take in is totally consumed and transformed into visible life. With yourself, however, only what corresponds to your isolated life polarity, whilst the incompatible part is removed through the natural process. And so I am much better off than you regarding eating and drinking. Says the captain, does one then, in actual fact, eat and drink in heaven as well? Says the angel, oh yes, but not in the sense like on earth, but spiritually. We have the Word of God from eternity in us, just like heavens and all creation consists of this very Word, and are everywhere filled with it. And this Word is primarily our being-like being, and for such being also the only, most true life bread, and the true life wine. In our veins it rolls like in yours the blood, and our intestines are full of the bread of God. Says the captain, oh, this is spoken with immense wisdom. This I cannot grasp. I must let the Lord himself reveal it to me further. But now it is high time for us to go inside and start no further discussion. Chapter 99. About the giving of alms and anniversaries. Even while he is saying this, our pious Jara comes to meet him, saying, but how long you've been gone! You, my dear Raphael, too, seem intent on going by our lazy world time. Verily, this did not go as quickly as our trip to yonder distant sun. But come in quickly now, as the foods are on the table. Both move in quickly, greeting me most amicably. The centurion wanted to give me thanks for looking after him, but I say unto him, friend, for me your heart is sufficient. The foods have been waiting for you, and now it is time to above all afford the necessary fortification to the body, and only afterwards go back to the spiritual. All say thanks, and then vigorously tuck into food and drink, and the captain, watching the angel, who heartily reaches for the dishes, giving also his wine cup the desired attention. In the end, the captain could not resist saying half-jokingly, Now, the pure spirits certainly have a hearty appetite. My good Raphael does the eating for 3. Nay, this surely the earth has not seen yet. Says Ebal, I too am astonished beyond measure. But something other than his hearty eating intrigues me even more. Behold, his dish does not diminish therewith. Here truly the wise adage applies, what heaven takes away, it gives back the next moment. This table shall be kept as a permanent sanctum, with all honours for all time, for my descendants, and an annual feast shall be kept at this table to feed and slake the thirsty poor of this vicinity. Say I, let the table be table, and you remain yourself as you were. And if some poor one comes and you have something, then support him on whatever day. Whilst a yearly feast helps neither the poor nor yourself, and it does not please me. He who remembers me, let him do so at all hours of day, whereas I cannot find use for a yearly commemoration. If you were to designate such feast, you would verily resemble the Templars at Jerusalem, who also each year celebrate 3 anniversaries, and because it is customary, hand out bread to the poor, as if the poor could then live until the next feast without further nourishment. Oh, for the nonsense of such ridiculous feasts! The Pharisees indeed, on such feasts, collect so much rich offerings that they can easily last 100 years from such takings. But the poor have to be satisfied if 3 times a year he receives a piece of bread weighing hardly the 1/8 part of a pound. Oh, for the great foolery, stupidity, blindness, and selfish malice! Therefore, let this table be what it is, and celebrate a feast most pleasing to me. If in accordance with your capacity you satiate one or the other poor, at this or some other table. And should one and the same poor come to you every day, then do not ask him whether he receives nothing somewhere else. For this would weigh the poor one's heart down heavily, so that for a lengthy period he would not dare coming to you, and your good works would lose their merit before me. It is not my will, on the other hand, that you hand out the poor's bread to those robust idlers able to work. To such give work commensurate with their strength. If they carry out one or the other job for you, then give them to eat and drink. If they don't accept the work, then don't give them to eat. For he who is strong and does not want to work shall not eat. Behold, if you arrange your dealings along those lines, you shall be preparing me the most pleasing commemoration feasts. But leave me alone with your proposed annual feasts, for such annual feast is the greatest nonsense that a man can engage in, since it serves nothing to anyone except the organizer who can obtain some gainful offerings therefrom. In what way is a year preferable to a day? He who honours his father's birthday once a year, same should honour the hour of birth every day, which certainly would be better than the annual birthday. I say unto you that all such human commemoration days are worthless before me, unless they be kept daily, hourly, and vitally in the heart. So are the new moons, jubilees, the feast of Jerusalem's liberation from Babylon's power, the feast of rebuilding the city and temple, the feast of Moses, Aaron, Samuel, David, and Solomon's vain things, in which there is nearly as much truth as the rain that fell into the sea 1,000 years ago. Initially, these feasts are executed in a sort of religious impetus, and the participants commemorate a person or a significant event, which they themselves have experienced in a still very animated way. However, in the second, third, fourth, or even 10th generation, it becomes an empty ceremony whereby thousands hardly know why it is taking place. And still later, the whole issue goes over into futile heathenism. By saying this, I do not want true commemoration feasts to be abandoned. However, next to yearly, it also should be kept in the heart daily. Otherwise, they must be considered as dead, and thus ineffectively. But with this table it stays as I have told and shown you. Says Ebal, all that you, O Lord, have now most graciously and truthfully indicated shall be strictly adhered to. Wherefore we shall keep the day feast that much more eagerly in our hearts, and strive with all strength to exercise ourselves in the love of neighbour, and herewith celebrate the most glorious commemoration feast. Say I, if you abide by that, then I shall abide in you, and by that they shall know that you truly are my disciple. But now we have adequately eaten and drunk. Therefore let's rise from the table and betake ourselves to our boatmen, who shall have a few rare things to relate to you. Over here we would have little peace, as another caravan shall arrive in an hour from Bethlehem, among whom there will be a few arch-Pharisees, with whom I definitely will have nothing to do. See to it they are even today moved on as far as Sabara. Says the captain, this shall be taken care of, for right now no man is more disgusting to me on earth than an arch-Pharisee. With these words, we all rise and hasten out to our shipmates near the shore. Chapter 100. David's Psalm 47. We catch up with the shipmates just as they were reading David's Psalms. Seeing us, they get up from the ground to greet us, with their skipper coming up to me saying, "You alone could help us out of a tight spot." Towards evening last night, several Pharisees and scribes came to us, demanding a crossing towards Zebulun and Chorazin. But we refused on account of not being our own lords, but servants on the ship, and that now, on a pre-Sabbath, we were busy with reading the Psalters. Whereupon a young scribe asked for the Psalters, and opened it at Psalm 47, reading, "Oh, clap your hands, all ye people, shout unto God with the voice of triumph. For the Lord Most High is awe-inspiring. He is great King over all the earth. He shall subdue the peoples under us, and the nations under our feet. He shall choose our inheritance for us, the excellency of Jacob, whom he loved. Selah. God is gone up with a shout, the Lord with the sound of a trumpet. Sing praises to God, sing praises. Sing praises unto our King, sing praises. For God is the King of all the earth. Sing ye praises with understanding. God reigneth over the nations. God sitteth upon the throne of his holiness. The princes among the people are gathered together as a nation before the God of Abraham. since God is greatly elevated among the shields on earth. After he read this psalm, he asked with gravity, "Do you understand this psalm?" And we had to unfortunately answer in the negative. In spite of breaking our heads over it since morning, we know no more than yesterday. We thought of you 1,000 times. You could, if it pleases you, shed us some light on it? Say I, "Behold the little maiden on my hand. Ask her, she shall give you the proper light over it." Said the skipper, "This maiden might hardly count 14 summers. Wherefrom is she going to take Solomon's wisdom?" Say I, "Yes, indeed. Not only Solomon's wisdom, but the wisdom of the wise of the earth, and yet much above that dwells in her pure heart. Up till now, no man has managed to gaze beyond the stars. But ask her, and she shall proclaim it unto you. She carries the legendary wise men's stone in her apron. Wherefore she shall be able to unravel the short, yet portentous psalm to you. Give it a try and convince yourself." Says the skipper to his helpers, "She really does look awfully clever, but she also has a truly angelically beautiful appearance, which does not augur for her wisdom too much. For it has been my experience that the most beautiful maidens are also the most stupid, something that is natural. The most beautiful children are also made into the most spoilt and conceited ones, and hence learn nothing or very little. But with a less beautiful child, one does not usually fuss about too much. One easily punishes same for every indiscretion, and the child becomes humble and unassuming. It listens, is tolerant, and learns much therewith. But we shall see what this celestially beautiful maiden can give us about this psalm." After which the skipper turns to Jara and asks her, and she replies with an endearing expression, "Dear friends, it's not as if I had ever learnt it in order to know it like a scribe, but I feel it in a most living form within me. What David's prophetic spirit predicted several hundred years ago has now been fulfilled before our eyes in a most telling manner. This you too should have discerned on the first try. Did you not yourselves see how he of whom David speaks, and who now dwells physically among us, walked upon the sea as if it were dry land? And do you not see how he has in a few days, just through his word, healed thousands from all kinds of sickness? The blind received their sight, the deaf their hearing, the leprous were cleansed, the lame and crooked made straight. And behold, this mountain in front of us, how much one night has changed it! Who is able to move mountains and raise the sea from its bed? Who is he whom all angels and elements obey? Behold, here he stands before us physically. This one David meant. This one we are to clap with our hands, with works of true love of neighbour, and shout unto him with the pure voice of truth, without deception, without guile or craftiness. For let him beware who would encounter him with the unclean shout of the lie. For notwithstanding his charm and gentleness towards the righteous, he is equally awe-inspiring to those who bear the lie, craftiness and deception their hearts. As it is also written, terrible it is to fall into the hands of God, for God is a King almighty over the whole earth. No man hides before him in any place. He is here to make, through his doctrine, all the nations to step among us in order to partake of our salvation. And the people by whom are meant the children of the world are put beneath our feet as judgment. For us alone has he made inheritors of eternal life. For we indeed are his inheritance. It is he of whom Jacob spoke, O Lord, you alone are my glory. And recognizing this in his heart, Jacob became a favourite of God, a favourite of him who tarries among us here. But he shall not tarry among us for long, but soon ascend to his eternal heavens, namely with the merry voice of eternal truth, through which he has created a new earth and a new heaven for all eternities of eternities. And he is and shall be the Lord, and the bright sound of his trumpet, which is the word spoken to us, shall proclaim such to all creation upon and in the earth, and upon and above all stars, spiritually and materially. To this one we are then, according to David's challenge, sing praises, for this one is our God and our sole King eternally. Since we know who he is, however, we are to praise him with a pure and wise heart, and not the way of the hypocritical Pharisees, who draw close to a false Jehovah with their lips, but close their heart before this living Jehovah, distancing themselves from him. He is not, however, just our God and King, but also of all the heathen upon the entire earth. For he alone sits above all men, and above all of endless creation, upon the eternal throne of his unlimited power and glory. Before him all the princes of the earth must assemble, as their nations before them. For he is the sole God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He alone is raised up by himself above all, as also above all the shields of the mighty of this our wide earth. That he came to us is an incomprehensible grace even to the angels. But he did not come unannounced, for all the prophets prophesied of him. But many of the prophecies could not be comprehended by the people, on account of their hardness of heart. Now, however, he himself has come of whom the prophets had prophesied, and he himself reveals himself to all men of good will. But to those who have a wicked and haughty heart, he cannot be other than terrible. For malice has, for all time, the almighty eternal righteousness as an inexorable judge over itself. Just as a pair of good and sensitive scales shall register a discernible weight if just one hair is added on one side, just so there cannot persist before him who is here an ever so small falsehood, perversion, malice, unrighteousness, and any other baseness of heart. Hence he has to be terrible to every sinner, in whose breast there dwells a hard, obstinate, and wicked heart. Do you now understand Psalm number 47 of David?